All right, let's make sure things are normal. So playback device is the wrong thing. That sounds like it is working. All right, well, here's the thing. I'm very busy. Um, so rather than cancel, I'm just going to stream myself coding. If you guys want to come in, often I take breaks to play video games and I can take breaks and talk to you. I can multitask. This is not for paid work. This is something that now that I got some work to do, I got to get up to speed on the technology. So I'm running through a tutorial, which normally I don't do, but I am. That's the Dyn map for uh, my family Minecraft server that my cousin and I operate. It's like it's a map. You can, like here, my cousin and I built this survival. Can you see? Kind of. The castle. There we go. Anyway, but that's not going to be on there. This other thing's going to be on there. It's going to be 2 screens. This Windows system over here doesn't have free floating windows. It just divides the screen into subsections. Much better way to work. Way more efficient. So it seemed to have sound. Should I check that again? Yeah, seems to have sound. All right. So I was going to start with a break and go read the. By the way, I had this started on ready to start on time. And the video wouldn't work because that other thing I stream with. So I guess this is the first bug I've noticed that it keeps the video camera captured sometimes. And if I close it and go in here, I had to reboot, and then I got distracted. I had some other things to do. So let's see. My name has an answer to a comment. He's asking me in my response to Quintica about systematic bias. How are you going to fix the unfair systematic bias between someone who dresses nicely and someone who doesn't? Wow, the answer to that is that I don't. I think it's stupid to judge somebody that dresses nicely versus someone who doesn't. I would address that by teaching people that there's better ways to judge character than how someone happens to dress. And if that doesn't work, fine. I mean, as long as people can get jobs and people have a livelihood, uh, individual preferences can have affect people's lives. I never have said otherwise. So that's Quintica or whatever, little details. Quintica says he's beyond our conversation as he's researching the causal factors of the delusion of SJW-ness. Well, geez, it probably has to do with how women were treated as property for centuries. It's probably where our delusion comes from. Right. And his last comment to me seems to be, I believe I know more about the political situation than you, Piero, but I'm not telling people that you need to be woke. Anyway, estoppel is what it is. I have to work within the system I have rock on. Not telling people. Yeah, you are telling people they have to be woke. You said that a bunch of times that I should admit I got woke. But you think you're not doing that. Well, you are doing that. Anyway, I'm busy. So the links are up there if anybody wants to come in and take a whack at running the room and or having, I don't know if I like this. You guys just watching me. I'll forget you're over there. Makes me want to roll a cigarette. I don't know if this is going to work for me. Okay. Hmm. Gosh. You guys are already, I forgot to do this other thing. So you're already on.
I'm sorry, I was saving a game. That's why I wasn't talking. I was saving and getting out of something.
Yeah, it's really nice you're doing all this technology thing, but I gotta say, some of these videos are just terrible.
Which ones? Oh yeah, as far as my production ability at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, producing 17-hour videos. Like, yeah, okay, 17 hours and there's 17 seconds that's worth listening to. Yeah, that's a great ratio.
Well, I mean, any 17-hour one was just because I left the room and with other people.
I'm just saying. It really
I don't know why it doesn't close the room when everybody's gone for it. It used to be just 10 hours. I figure I'm using Google's discs.
Well,
no, I don't worry about that part. But the part of being where there's so many mics and stuff is yeah, I got to master that. But I'm getting better. Bastard.
Yeah, well, everybody has their, apparently it's okay for everybody to have opinions. It doesn't matter if they have to defend them with logic. But anyway, okay, fine. I'm just saying that, yes, the technology is very interesting, but I fear that you're not going to actualize its potential.
No, probably not.
Right.
Kind of busy.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I don't, I have to go eat dinner and do other things, but yeah, I just thought I would throw that in there just to give you fair advice that you really should at least make some effort to annotate the videos a little better or do something just so,
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep doing the free form inset video replies, and then now I can also start doing, and I just got some software and started the PowerPoint or other kind of web show, presentations, and do it inset with that. I mean, some of the videos that I have worked on in the past that I think are okay, I could even update them or whatnot. I think I feel better about those videos in the long run, but the tools just didn't make it easy enough. I don't mind taking the time to make, I enjoy taking the time to make like the slides or whatever graphics, but I don't like having to like edit the video to insert a video and go back and forth and all that stuff that a lot of people still do. So.
Well, I'm just saying that you have to take a little responsibility if you're going to do this on the fly thing. I'm just saying that, you have to give the viewer some hope of having a reliably useful experience. And I'm just saying, it's like, even when you well, no.
Just bail when it's obviously not going to work. Like I watched a Quintica video cold and it was about a guy raping an alligator. How could I have known?
Right, I know. And then you talked about you did 45 minutes on the fake Sagan stuff and you didn't have any basic information.
Oh, that's what this is about, yeah.
I mean, the girl's
No, well, that was me. That was me catching up. It was like, okay, they are making me pay attention to this bullshit. So I was catching up. He's obviously concerned. I don't even believe he's a Christian.
You used to do something like that, Gary, where you would go in completely cold on videos, and there was like sometimes
Yeah,
you'd
you're my
get like 20
inspiration.
seconds in. It's like, this is all bullshit. Fuck this.
well, I know, but I never to the point where I had the story so wrong. I mean, come on, where's the example?
What's the well? Tell me how the story was wrong. Because the thing is, I only care so much. I thought I did a pretty good job caring more.
The story is almost, I mean, look, it's tragic, but it's horribly, ironically funny. You know, I mean, the girl isn't dying of something. What she actually was somehow she was born without a cervix and a vagina and a uterus. You know, well, a cervix and a uterus, and one kidney was missing, and so she's going to have a fake, you know, penis envelope applied. And she's 16 years old. So apparently she never went to a gynecologist, 16 years old, right? So they find out she has this problem, and you can even like speculate how they found out. And so, yeah, the point is they're raising money so she can go to this guy, whatever, in Atlanta, and she can have herself made penis friendly. And that's what the money's for. So I'm just saying it's kind of ironic, Christians wanting their 16-year-old daughter to be penis friendly, right? I mean,
Sounds like a big troll project.
Well, I'm just saying it just on its surface, right? I mean, it just doesn't sound like the kind of thing, you know, if God made her, a Christian should be saying, well, God made her that way for a reason, maybe, you know, but they're the ones supposed to saying God's will be done. And here they're violating.
Yeah, it's not like they're giving her a womb, like a working womb or anything. It's a penis envelope, like you said.
Yeah, they're not saving her life, okay? You know, they're saving her capacity to have sex without procreation. But she obviously can't procreate, so it's not even. She has to have recreational sex. There's no other kind she can have but recreational sex, right? I mean, she can only have sin sex. She can't possibly have non-sin sex, right? So I mean, the whole thing. I'm just saying, there's that part's a little bit funny.
Yeah, because let's be honest, the whole point of fucking marital sex is to make babies. Like that's the whole point of that.
Well,
right. So I'm just saying that part's funny, and then you're not really getting what fake Sagan's going through. He's doing this redemption thing. So he's talking about how you redeem, you know, a life and all that kind of stuff. So it does have a deeper theme to it. But here he's doing it through this ironically hilarious vehicle, you know, and
that makes it not credible. I mean
religious marriage, by the way, not just marriage in the general concept of it.
Well, whether it's credible or not, I mean, fake Sagan, obviously, you can't say anything about fake Sagan's credibility in the sense that how can you even measure somebody's credibility who puts a gun to their head and says, give the amazing atheist money or I'll kill myself. I mean, obviously, fake Sagan's capacity to be extremely uncredible has already been demonstrated. So, yes, measuring his credibility at any one moment is like, yeah, right, who has that tool?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm going to take my stab in the dark and say this is not credible.
Well, I know, but it would be.
It goes to that guy where he cut open his arm for the amazing atheist.
Yeah, well,
I remember being in that Blog TV room and being like, this is fucked up.
Yeah, I was even recording it because I have to start recording this, right? Because this is too fucked up. You know, he goes from putting the gun to his head to like sharpening a knife on his wrist. You know, you're just like, well, yeah, he's left the building. And the amazing atheist is turning into the rational one, you know, trying to get the gun away from fake Sagan.
I legitimately felt bad for TJ in that situation because that's a situation you don't want anybody to be in where it's like there's a crazy guy and he's got weapons. Like, this is fucked up.
He's really fucking up my Blog TV. You know? But yeah, it was a moment anyway. But I don't mean to rag. I mean, everybody has. Well, not everybody has those kind of moments. But I'm just mean, you know, fake Sagan has obviously had moments where he hasn't been exactly glued to the ground. You know, even his gun nuttery and everything was just kind of, where did that come from? You know, shooting his gun in the air and all kinds of other. You know, look.
Yeah, he seems to have leveled out a bit. I don't know. I don't watch his videos as much as I used to.
Yeah, well, I can't make a judgment. I haven't watched him till recently, and then he's doing this conversation with me thing. And like I said, I mean, fake Sagan's got a way about him. There's no way you can't. he's you know, good storyteller. He weaves he has these manipulation techniques down pretty well, you know, and so he's functional in that sense. You know, he can pull it off, you know. But yeah, you got to wonder. Like I said, I feel kind of duped in the sense that, you know, when he was using the girlfriend, I was kind of thinking, well, how can he be insincere about this if he's using the girlfriend? Because that would be like tainting her. And I think he's sincere in the fact that he loves her still. And, you know, I don't think he'd be fucking with that. But, you know, obviously nothing's sacred to him, and I keep forgetting that. So, you know.
Yeah, true. He is. I think that's one of the things I always kind of like. Well, I mean, because it's not something I personally ascribe to, but like, I do like that Fake Sega does take that like stance to its extreme, even to his detriment at times, where he's like, "Fuck it, nothing. I don't care about anything."
Yeah, but obviously that's the argument from he protests too much or whatever. It's almost like the, you know, the people saying I'm indestructible are the ones destructible. You know, the guy saying I have a 10-inch penis, or the guy with, you know, 10-millimeter penis. You know what I mean? So I think he might be a little more vulnerable to the approval of others than he puts on. Yeah,
because there's like a showmanship thing with him.
But, you know, I guess it's, you know, he even turns it around. Like, no matter how bad our conversation will go, he'll redeem the whole thing by saying he made me a better arguer. So, you know what I mean? He comes up with some way to say, yeah, even though I was a nasty pain in the ass, somehow I improved your genetic code, you know, because, you know, I almost gave you a disease and, you know, you survived it. So therefore I did you a favor by giving you smallpox or something.
Yeah, it's not like, and I like this guy. Like, I don't hate him, but like, it's like Professor Anton, where it's just like, you see one Anton reply, you've seen them all.
Yeah, I don't think I'd put Fake Sagan in that category, because he does surprise me with some of the angles he takes. You know, he zigs and zags a lot more than, you know, Professor Anton. You kind of already know what kind of, you know, it's going to be a Barney the dinosaur kind of video. You know what I mean? It doesn't have that much variance in it. You know, where, you know, Fake Sagan, you just don't know what he's going to do to endear himself. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the self-deprecation sometimes. He just uses like, yeah, well, I molested a few children, and yeah, so I got over it. You know, they got over it. You know what I mean? He'll say something that you just didn't expect Fake Sagan to concede a certain part of the argument. He's conceding
Look,
it.
I shit my pants until I was 32 years old.
It's a trap. He's just opening the door and letting you in just enough so he can, you know, right across, you know. So.
Yeah, like, it's like, I don't like him, but I gotta say he's probably out of like that whole like kind of clique that formed back then. Like, he's probably the one I respect the most.
Well, I have to admit, I just like him for superficial reasons. You know, I like his voice. I like the attitude. You know, he has a great, you know, it's just so obnoxiously put down in a way. You know what I mean? Just in artisticness. You know, just the way he did the videos. You know, the wine glass, the camera angle. It was just, you know, it was just so well done as a way of poning people. You know, and the fact that he would do. And
he was one of the few people who made black and white work for him.
Yeah, and he would do the ponage in this beautiful way where he would like lift the safe up over their head, and this whole, you know, he'd give this whole explanation of how the safe has now been lifted, and then finally at the end of the video he just pulled a string, you know, just dropped the safe on them. You know, it was, you know, it really was kind of a fine art. And so, yes.
I mean, yeah, like, TJ's just like better Brett Keane, and Cody, like, he was just artsy fluff.
Well, those are just boner jokes. You know what I mean? Fake Sagan doesn't resort to some simple, you know, joke. You know what I mean? The joke is a bigger joke. You know, it's a much better story that's told. You know, so that's a different kind of presentation. I mean, he's like a stand-up comic versus the heckler. You know what I mean? The heckler's got no creativity, and this, the guy doing the jokes.
Who's that one? I can't. Virtual Holocaust.
Yeah. He's the simple version.
Probably the worst, which is probably why he's not around at all anymore.
Yeah, he left a comment on one of my videos, in the summer, and so it was nice to see that he wasn't dead. But
I thought he died or something.
Yeah, it was just kind of funny. So it was just but whenever
he just completely disappeared one day, and it's like, I guess he died.
Yeah, well, he probably shot himself or something. It took him a while to get his face reconstructed or something. But yeah, every time I think about it, I think about the pinky ponage. The pinky ponage. I always think of that video, and I just say, God, I totally slaughtered that guy. I mean, just slaughtered him with my pinky.
I think he was the first, wasn't he? He was like the first guy on YouTube where you were just like, I'm done with this shit. Like, fuck
that's when I started making videos that were hostile. At first I got on YouTube. I was awkward, and I'm trying to just sell ideas, and then I realized, oh, everybody's an obnoxious cunt, and so this is all you have. You just have these fights, and yeah, he finally got in my he whatever, he pinched me a little too hard, and yeah, so he was like the first guy I went after, with a vengeance. But he was good practice. Worked my
although again, yeah, I really do think there's a reason why he's not around there, because I remember watching some of his videos, because I forget who I was subscribed to at the time, but they were like, this person, look, check out their videos against the Mendham, and then I watched them and I was like,
yeah, well, he had some. Everybody has, they have issues. I think he was still living in his mother's house and all kinds. He had all kinds of. He really was one of those cliche guys.
I mean, even TJ back then, because I think that was during the TJ garage days,
Yeah.
But he made the garage work for him.
Oh yeah, no, he TJ was good. Except for those couple of moments where you saw his weakness. You remember the one he made, the response video he made to me, where he was hysterically pacing in the garage, and he was accusing me of being hostile to transgender people or something, and some kind of. I mean, it was just it was a completely irrelevant. It was out of bounds video, and you're just like, wow, I didn't even think I could do that. I didn't think I could turn TJ into a babbling idiot, and it happened. And even Fake Sagan was like, oh shit, I have to make this video because TJ pissed himself. It's like, I gotta come to the rescue because TJ can't handle it. It was kind of funny.
My favorite TJ fuck up moment, when he took on How the World Works, and halfway through his first exchange with him, TJ probably realized oh fuck, he's actually a lot smarter about politics and shit. I need a smart person.
Yeah. No, well, it's really kind of.
And it's okay, I get it, TJ. Thunderfoot is smart, but he's smart about science. He's not smart about the politics.
Yeah, well,
honestly, it would have been better to pick fucking Fake Sagan, because Fake Sagan's a weird anarchist from what I remember politically, but I've done a better job of arguing with How the World Works.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I did the best job, actually, but regardless, I mean, obviously,
I don't think TJ would come to you to be like, "Hey, Gary, I need some help in my head."
Yeah, I just don't think Fake Sagan really understood either, in the sense that I think he's kind of a truther theory faller for. You know what I mean? I think he just falls into these notions that the Fed's doing it, or the bankers are doing it, or the simple answer, and the answer's more complicated than the simple answer. The real answer. Well, that's what I'm really heading for right now. Actually, if you saw my website, it's kind of obvious I take a shower every day, Joe. So when was the last time you took one? Yes, I guess you have to take one every, what, 2 or 3 minutes, right? Because you just ooze stink and stench and smegma and creepiness. I didn't vote for you, that's for sure. Yeah, well, I wouldn't vote for either one of the the retarded people running. So, but I certainly unvoted for Trump a lot more than I unvoted for Hillary. He's an idiot. He's the stupidest man. Well, it's not that he's just racist. He's too stupid to even be racist. He's too self-involved to even be racist. He thinks it doesn't matter whether you're black or white. If he just doesn't like anybody except his kids, who else is his friend, right? Do you think Donald Trump actually has a friend of some kind? Yeah, you're right. He doesn't. There's no way. He
I think like the closest maybe is Vince McMahon. Like those two seem like
just rapes
they had
girls.
a whole weird thing for a while.
Yeah. Well, I guess that would be the odd couple that you could actually imagine those.
But then again, like Vince McMahon is also a lot like Trump, where he's like a weird rich man who lives in a bubble. So it's like those two probably would get along perfectly.
Yeah, just very tacky. Yeah, that wouldn't be like the odd couple. That would be like,
there we go. Hey, Gary, is that weed you're smoking or no? You smoking on that?
Look, I really have no interest in playing 50 questions from Joe the retard. So fuck you. Really.
I'm not the guy that spends all my money partying every day.
Like waste of time. Why don't you go fucking find something marginally less obnoxious to do with your time?
Hey, thanks for the
Gary,
unmuting there, Kira.
I was going to say, I was going to extend my condolences.
I booted him.
How'd you boot him? You have controls?
Does everybody have controls now?
No, I don't think so. I certainly do not.
Huh. So my condolences because Chris Christie got kicked out. So
Chris Christie.
He's going to be New Jersey governor.
Krispy Kreme is closed for business.
Well, he gets to keep being governor of a state that hates him, so.
But everyone hates him now, though, even
Unless he goes to jail. I had been muted myself while I was saying no. I didn't give controls to everybody. Joe's just hacked it, I guess, which makes him an asshole, I think. But so anyway, yeah.
And I know, and I'll be honest, I think I know the real reason why Christie got knocked out. It's not because of the whole, like, oh, he prosecuted Ivanka's husband back in, like, the 90s or whatever. I think it's because, like, last week he went on, like, one of the Sunday shows, and he was asked, like, what about the lock her up stuff? Are you going to prosecute Hillary? And he was like, nope, that's all politics. That's behind.
I see. You think he's out of step?
I think that's
like
the
Trump.
real reason.
You think Pence got pissed off at that and gave his ass the boot?
Yeah, because, like, yeah, Trump has no intention of actually prosecuting Hillary or anything, but he doesn't want to come out and say it,
Because he looks weak, right? Because he looks weak.
People who voted for him legitimately want Hillary Clinton in jail.
Ew, can I get controls, bro? Sweet, thanks. Like, so basically, well then why, here's a good question. Why do you think Carson was like, why do you think, they mentioned Ben Carson anyway? Do you think they legitimately wanted him in?
They probably did. But like I said in my video, one of my videos, he probably his whole campaign was probably just a vanity project in the first place.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's probably just something so he could be like, oh, I can go out on like speaking tours now and shit.
Oh, you know what? He did actually ditch a lot of campaign appearances and shit to do speaking tours.
Because like, look at Trump. He's bristling at shit, and he's not even in office yet. Like,
Oh
he
man,
doesn't like the fact that he can't go anywhere he pleases now. Like, he has to inform the Secret Service.
you know what else? You know what else is interesting, right? Like he absolutely refuses to stay in the White House now, so now he's just up in Trump Towers.
Yeah. And like the Secret Service is like, you can't be there because it's a big giant glass building with two exits. Like,
But here's the fucking thing though, right? They have it's a no-fly zone now, and there's like a barricade of fucking security around the entire place.
you can like somebody can still pull off some fucked up shit there.
Oh, of course. But like Trump is such an idiot, he either doesn't care or doesn't realize that being in a big glass building.
He was scheduled to be at the next UFC fight.
Hey, do you guys think that this tweet of his about the safe space at Hamilton, was he just trolling? You know, did he know that, you know, he's just going, haha, safe space joke? Or do you think he's really, you know, non-ironically like he does want his safe spaces for Mike Pence?
I think he's non-ironic about it. Cause
that's a hard question.
Like, I mean,
part of me is like, he is the kind of person that does play to his audience. So, like, making a safe space joke is something he would totally do.
I think he's too old and out of touch for that shit. Like, remember what he referred to? Like, remember?
Well, he's got that he's got the Breitbart guy there. So the Breitbart guy's probably.
Matt, remember when the whole Japan thing came up and he was like, "I love the Animu and the Mongo." Like, that's the type of person. Like, that's totally something someone who's like really old and out of touch would say.
Yeah.
It's like, I like the Animu and the Mongo. That's what the kids are into.
You gotta remember, Donald Trump, as much as it pains me to say this, he is a successful carny. He does know how to fucking play people. So if any 70-year-old knows about safe spaces and is making fun of it, it's Donald Trump.
I can see that, but then so much of what he says comes off as just either just him attacking people because, like, that's just shit he's heard. Like, it's just shit that he's heard somebody say. Like, maybe you're right about the Breitbart thing, though, because Breitbart, if anything, is clued into what's actually going on. So yeah, you might be right actually, because he was a part of Trump's campaign.
Like I said, this is a tough that's a tough question, Piero, because it could really go both ways. It could be he did raise a huge stink about the fucking Hillary shit, because that was a good smoke screen for the fact that he settled the Trump University lawsuit.
That just came out like a few days ago, yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, and guess what? The Hamilton shit, that's replaced it on the front pages.
So you think he's basically covering that shit up with the Hamilton?
That's why I don't agree with like what a lot of Donald Trump says, but if there's one thing I agree with him, the media stinks.
They do. They really do. And that's what we have. We have a society controlled by a media that is incompetent and obsessed with fucking hotlines or clicks. All right, Matt. So, what do you think about Lord Trump's Tower of Doom, with a barricade of security in LA, NYPD, and fucking Secret Service, by the way?
Well, you see all the other Trump buildings in New York are taking his fucking name off of them because they're like, we don't want this attention for the next 4 years.
Oh shit! So like he's trying to still be a businessman and
well, no, he has to give those up. He has to sign all those rights away. There's fucking rules against that as president. You can't have an active business as president.
I thought his children were going to take over those things. Though.
Yeah, they are.
They're also his advisors,
So
though. So what? How does that help?
Oh yeah, that's true, right? How can they be his advisors and and run his businesses?
Yeah, exactly.
Because people didn't like pay for play, so they decided to cut out the middleman, and the guy that's paying is playing, and they're just the paying and the playing is the same guy. It's gonna be fantastic, fabulous.
This is like some Lex Luthor shit. Matt, seriously, what the fuck?
Also,
well, it's a test for the democracy.
Saturday Night Live.
Oh, that's true.
We're supposed to be able to handle anybody, and we've handled a lot of weird shit, so it might turn out okay. And at least he probably wants a legacy, right? He doesn't want to destroy the Trump name still. So there's things, and if he really makes deals, then it could work out. And can he really steal any more than Halliburton stole? Probably not. So who knows? Maybe if we get some roads out of it, we'll be better off. And it's but it's definitely still the establishment of putting all the lobbyists and all the heads of the transition team.
Like fucking billionaires and shit who
are
complete
the Democrats, since the Republicans were fucking obstructionist assholes for the fucking last 6 years. I think the Democrats should be complete obstructionist assholes. Like paying the bills, not be completely irresponsible, but be like, why didn't you introduce all these road fucking bills when Obama was president?
The infrastructure shit. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, the Republicans are going to fight him on that. I think that's a place but I think what we have to do is, again, the Sam Cedar insight is you've got to obstruct, but not the way the Republicans do. But we do need to play a kind of not so much an obstruction game, but that's the same result of where you fracture them, right? Find out the things that they won't get along. We know that Trump will tweet shit about, his own team. So, make some of those, you do say things that some Republicans are going to have to speak out against that'll make Trump and them fight each other.
Yeah, the anti-torture wing of the Republican Party is starting to form around Rand Paul and John McCain.
There's the disgruntled Tea Partiers who still wanted all this. Well,
that shows you how crazy Trump is. And how unprecedented this is. Rand Paul is now a good guy.
Yeah, the fucking Tea Partiers and shit hate him now.
For what?
Because he's not going through with his fucking campaign promises of a giant fucking wall. There's no wall.
He's been consistently.
There's no wall and there's no confirmation about rounding up fucking Muslims and throwing them on boats and sending them out the fucking country. That shit.
Rand Paul's been consistently the one Republican who's I'm not giving Trump a fucking rubber stamp. I'm not appointing Rudy Giuliani to fucking Secretary of State. That's stupid.
What about Scott Walker? He's got a spot too, right? And there's also people are talking about making how Trump should elect Ted Cruz as a member of the Supreme Court.
Oh.
Ted fucking Cruz. He looks like a fucking.
Yeah, see.
He looks like a villain from Call of Duty.
Dude, see, if you guys. Well, do you know the Blackadder? I think I've said this before.
Yes.
He's like the first season Blackadder. The first season, the real obsequious.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah. Like him.
Pero, I think you might get this.
Looks and everything, the expressions. Yeah, what?
Mike Pence, doesn't he look like a villain from a shooter like Call of Duty or something? Doesn't he? Totally. He looks like a fucking villain from some sort of.
Nah, I'll tell you what Mike Pence looks like. He looks like the senator from the X-Men movies, who's we need to take care of the mutants. Here's this bill. He looks like every anti-mutant senator.
He does. He looks like a fucking. We have somebody who looks like a fucking villain from a comic book as our vice president. And then we have Donald Trump. But honestly.
We did have Dick Cheney who looked like the Penguin, so.
It's true. But Donald Trump.
Oh, God, that's terrifying. Mike Pence might arguably be worse than Dick Cheney in some ways.
Also,
It's Dick Cheney's a monster.
I don't think Dick Cheney was for gay conversion therapy, though.
Yeah, that's because that was the weird thing. Dick Cheney wasn't hardcore, like, conservative, and it was probably because he had a gay daughter. He was like, just give the gays someone you move out.
Basically, yeah. Mike Pence, however, he thinks you can cure the gays with conversion therapy.
And maybe that will, and that might make it worse because Cheney was more about foreign policy.
What's up?
I don't go on and on and on, but I probably should because sometimes people don't hear these things. But one of his things, Pence's things, is making women that had abortions, since he couldn't make it illegal, attend a funeral for the baby.
Oh, I've heard of that shit. Like, I think there was also something in Texas where they wanted women to see an abortion before they got one.
Yeah, that he's into that stuff,
Yeah,
where you just fight it.
That whole funeral thing
man.
was so awful. Even other pro-life groups turned against Pence, and they were like, "This is fucking monstrous. We're not for this."
Like, Donald Trump. Here's my question: do you think most of the people getting their positions are mostly just Pence's choices, like the senators and shit? Because
Pence wouldn't pick someone like Giuliani.
Yeah, but Giuliani is probably Trump's personal pick, I would say.
Yeah.
Because
Pence is probably having some picks and stuff, especially the more anti-gay people are probably
that
Pence.
Trump and Giuliani go way back, right? I think to Giuliani's very first, he was already famous as a prosecutor kind of guy, but his very first actual run, pretty sure Trump was a main.
You ever see a weird video of those two where Giuliani's in drag and Trump grabs Giuliani's fake tit and kisses him? It's really weird.
Oh, thank you, Matt. I was bisexual. Now I am heterosexual. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Matt.
And Giuliani does not make an attractive woman, at all.
Again, thank you for that, Matt. Thank you for just killing all ounces of my homosexuality. Thank you.
Yeah, because Trump is definitely he's probably not going to be directly putting his kids and shit in any positions except for maybe his son.
Oh, he wants to give them the top. He wants to give them top security clearance. Remember?
No, they supposedly cleared that up. It was an intern who asked for that, and they've been fired.
Okay.
But he does want his son-in-law to be an advisor to him.
For what? His son-in-law isn't in politics. Is he?
No. Well, again, Trump, he's one of these bubble people. He likes having people around him. He likes people. Trump above everything else prizes loyalty. When Giuliani went out there and was like, "Hey, it's totally cool that Donald Trump said grab her pussy," he secured his position.
Right, but then what about? But that doesn't explain Chris Christie, though.
Again, I think Chris Christie. I'm not saying that because the predominant theory is the fact that Chris Christie went after the son-in-law's father in the 90s because he did some shady shit in New Jersey when Chris Christie was still a prosecutor and shit.
And Chris Christie is a Johnny come lately, so he wasn't.
I think
the dad went to jail and stuff too. So as far as that goes, he was convicted and actually went to jail a couple of years.
And I do think that played a part.
I could be wrong about that.
The bigger part, because again, Christie made it this far. I bet you the son-in-law the entire time has been fuck Chris Christie in his ear. But you gotta remember loyalty above all else. Christie was the first Republican to endorse Trump.
Dude, Christie destroyed his career and reputation.
Yeah. So, I can see Trump valuing that, but, I do think the final actual nail in Christie's fucking coffin was him coming out and flat out saying no intention of prosecuting Hillary Clinton.
The problem...
Do you think they should prosecute her, if possible?
I mean, For the shit that they want to take her down for, no.
For the shit, what about
Done
the
actual way worse shit.
But if we want to take Trump down for what he's going to do illegal in 4 or 8 years, then that sets the precedent. Maybe those guys shouldn't be above the law.
Yeah, but then that would create. Yeah, but wait. There's already massive. There's already like infighting and fracturing and shit within the Democratic Party and shit. We couldn't afford to have like that shit happen. That would cause such a massive shitstorm.
But she probably, I don't think she did. I think the corruption is all legal. It's not illegal corruption what they've done. They know, they're careful.
Yeah, but then
unlike Trump, who's not going to be careful.
Yeah,
they
but
don't even know the law.
My thing is that there's a lot of Democrats and progressives and shit that are angry about what's happening, and that would just further cause more fracturing within the party. And I don't think we can afford to have that kind of like fracturing. Not now, anyway. Not with everybody blaming each other as it is. Like, holy shit! Like,
well, I mean, it's not like it's not going to happen because like Trump's not going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can get holding people accountable, but then, you know, there are some political ramifications.
Yeah, I agree. Like, she's awful. She's definitely done fucking illegal shit.
Yeah, but they're like political.
Like an actual real probe into like what she's done. But like, we're never going to get that because like, look at who's in charge.
My thing is there's more or less consequences for doing shit like that. I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm part of the problem, quote unquote, for feeling that way, but I don't know. Like, I think it wouldn't help us if we went after her.
We'll see. I'm of the opinion now we need to, like, focus less on, like, what Republicans we can take away from the Republicans and more on, like, how do we get the 49% of registered voters who aren't voting? How do we snag some of them?
We need someone like Sanders because he.
Yeah, you let Bernie, and there's a bunch of people like that that are charming that they push out of the thing. You just got to have a better farming system and get people that have a good message. But see, the DLC, these third-way Democrats, they took over the party and they actually cut out the liberal wing of the party. But they said, but you have to vote for us because otherwise judges, it'll be even worse. You'll have fascists. And so we need to take the Democratic Party back. If we ever had it, we got to take it back, or a new party.
Yeah, like one of the problems is that the establishment Democrats, they have money and they have the threat of someone like Trump coming in again, or someone worse than Trump. And they're established, so they're like, we have money, we have power, and we have a place here, so you kind of need us.
Well, I've always had this weird feeling that, like, you know, maybe I'd see one of the parties die, you know, because there's a history in the United States, not a lot of cases, but, you know, one party dies and it remains a two-party system, but there could be a transition, you know, in the Whigs. Lincoln was the party leader in the Whigs, and when that died, because they were disagreed on slavery in the new territories, then the Republicans pick up. So now I would rather have I don't want the Democratic Party to go away, be replaced by a conservative party, have a new, more left wing, and then a right wing Republican Party that's become kind of right wing. It would be better for the Republicans to be the new conservatives, right? So if we could start a third party and have it a detriment to the Republicans, then, so all the sane conservatives, move to the Biden, Schumer, to this third way conservative Joe Lieberman Democrats. They become the new conservatives, and we have more of a Bernie party. And if we could arrange that for a while, it'd be okay if the Democrats took the presidency in the meanwhile during the transition, and then hopefully end up with a Democratic conservative party. Which is not racist, but is conservative about business and economics and trusted rich people to run their own industries. And then we have a Bernie party that is not so trustful. So that would be what I would like to see. But, the danger is that it won't be like that. The Democrats will get destroyed, and we'll have extreme left wing versus an extreme right wing, and that goes actually to civil war. I mean, that's where that leads.
Yeah, that's why I've always been like, even at my angriest post-election, I'm like, we don't need to cut out the centrists.
No, we need them.
The fucking neoliberals, and they need to go.
Some Hillary supporters are just calling people neoliberals now,
Or
from
at
what
the
I
very
understand.
least, the Hillary Clinton neoliberals. I can take the Barack Obama neoliberals.
Yeah, I agree. Well, what did I miss anyway? Because I kind of came in late.
Because yeah, we just need to because yeah, Pero, you said it. Like, we don't want a far left party because two extremes fighting against each other never go anywhere good.
No, really, no. It just gets worse for everyone else. That's what we have on Twitter, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind. No, I wouldn't mind a party that was thought of as far left at all. I just don't want that and a far right party. I want this third way. Because here's what the Democrats are doing. It's like there was an insanity.
You know what I wouldn't mind, Pero, is if the Green Party gets reformed after this election, and they kind of become more serious, like the libertarians, and they start getting like mayorships, and they
Yeah, I don't
kind
think
of
that's
become.
going to happen. They're corrupt, and they started as a Democratic Party project to be a Tea Party kind. I just don't trust that. But yeah, but something like that. But I would rather think of it like as a Bernie party, or even that was more extreme. The thing is, it might not win that way. But the third way Democrats, they cut out the liberals. But the defense of what they did was, look, we can't keep running McGoverns. They'll keep getting Reagans if we try to do that. Why be extreme? Let's go in the middle where we're friendly to business, but we don't be racist, and that's fine, but you can't be dogmatic and drive down the middle. They just are, all of their middle way dogma it's not, it's not creative. It's just, so they're trying to do alone to be the balance between a sane Republican, a sane Democrat. They're driving right down the middle, and they're not doing that bad of a thing, except for that in this case we don't get to help steer on the left, because they're just have this old dogma of what the middle is, and the middle can't veer really to the left, right? And they're going ahead with things like, well, we know we should get a woman president, so we just let them be the reasonable dogmatic party that thinks they know that what the middle is for all time, and they follow that, and we use that as
And
our reference point.
I also like this, Pero, because it plays into like what my ultimate takeaway of like.
There we go.
Again, like trying to peel off people from the Republicans at this point is fucking crazy, because they're as extreme far right as you can be without being fucking like Nazis and shit.
I mean, I think we pulled away. I think they've culled their party to the point where there is really nobody that can really say.
See, that's the thing, though. We can't.
That's why we need to go back. We need to let like the socialist liberal wing.
Matt, hold on.
So here's the thing. You know how Hillary wanted, and this has been the whole Clinton thing the whole time, and also Gore, and everybody ran on this, is getting Republicans to vote for her, right? By being the sane one. And they wanted Trump, the crazy conservative, because they thought the sane conservatives that they have great faith in would come over to their side. Well, let the Democratic Party do that and get the sane ones. Let the Republicans, now that they've made themselves so extreme, that's an opportunity. We can go ahead and have a Bernie party that's called communist because they say they're democratic socialists, and that will actually fulfill, self-fulfilling prophecy, the Clinton dream of getting Republicans to be Democrats, because they're so scared of us, and they're also scared of running Trump .2 and Trump .3. And when it gets to the David Dukes, they're not going to have the electoral demographics really are against them. So the sane ones will become Democrats, fulfill the Clinton dream, and we just have to be off the boat by then, because frankly, we would like some old school Republicans like Bob Dole back, and that's what that party would be, right? So I think it is possible, because the Republicans have gotten so extreme. It's scary, but it is also a political opportunity of, well, if we're an extreme left and right, and Republicans are on
I'm
either
not saying
side,
we go extreme
then
left.
suddenly the Democrats are in the middle trying to say, look, Republicans, look, Bernie, Kratz, you sane ones that actually want to run the country, come to us. And they could pull that off for a couple election cycles, and that'd
I'm
be
saying
fine
more
because
like,
not so bad.
So basically,
I think what I'm saying more is like, I think the Democrats have spared as far right as they can with Kim. But again, it might just be with Hillary because something I took for granted with Hillary. The Republicans hate her more than Obama. Which is why ultimately those Republicans she was banking on being like, we're not going to vote for Trump, we have dignity. They never materialized for her because a lot of them were like, we're not voting for Trump, but we're not going to vote for Hillary.
Also, a lot of people stayed home too. That's also what really fucked us. Like, because there were people who thought that like there was no way Trump could win, so they just didn't even bother showing up.
But I think we do need to veer a little to the left because again, like that 49%, a percentage or two there that is like more left-leaning socialists who are like, we don't like the like again, like the Bernie people.
Yeah.
And you don't need to get the entire 49%. You get like 3%, and you can fucking start swinging elections more and more in your favor.
But like getting people enthusiastic about even going out there would also be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe don't pick a fucking vice president like fucking Tim Kaine, who's a charisma vacuum.
Dude, who the fuck?
Casey.
Tim Kaine?
Kalance, you muted yourself or something.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
You're muting a lot. I don't know what's going on.
There we go. Okay. So I have no idea why I was muting, but now I should be unmuted. What's up, Infinity?
Not much. What's going on?
Not too much. We were just discussing the Trumptopia, as it were.
Yeah, I was listening to what Piro was saying. It seems to me like the Clinton idea of getting the sane, rational, so-called Republicans to come on over failed. So that's not going anywhere. That's done. It's over.
They'll just stay home.
Right now, this is the time when the more left side of the Democratic Party is going to try to take control.
Yeah, because they see that the establishment is weak, and now they're going to pounce.
I'm saying there's an alternative approach, and I'm all for trying to do that. And Keith Ellison and whatnot. Good luck with that. I've seen this tried. Bernie has made a crack in the dam. It could happen, but don't think those guys are going to give up. And they're just like Koch brother people. They really have reason to, even after they lose, they wouldn't necessarily give up. So I'm just saying that there's another approach of let them continue to court the sane conservatives. We try to drive the Trump conservatives even, mad with fear of us.
Though?
Well, by me, I mean a progressive activist-minded person that would be most natural in the Bernie party.
But are you still in the realm of the Democratic Party?
Well, I never necessarily have been. I mean, I vote practically.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've always said the same thing, but
Like I didn't have
at
to
this
vote
point,
for Clinton.
maybe we should start just going, okay.
I would have voted for
That's-
Clinton, but I didn't, because the original Clinton, because I didn't have to. They had exit polls at that time, and I knew he was going to win in California. And I took that opportunity to be like, yeah, hey, I didn't have to vote for him, and that happened both times. I did vote for this Clinton because, practically, I mean, I don't see all of her corruption is perfectly legit. At least they know the laws well enough to be careful around them. I think we'll be wishing we had somebody that careful coming up. So I think, though, that the Democratic Party my whole life has been trying to eliminate the voice of the McGoverns and the street activists and promote the Joe Liebermans. And I'm fed up with that. And I think it might be a better result if they just became the new Republicans. And if the Republican Party is going to keep going Tea Party and get so crazy nobody can vote for them, let that demographic rather move to the Democrats. They could even win for cycle after cycle. I won't be hurting the Democrats, but we'll slowly build this Green Party until by the time
wasn't it just proven though that the whole Tea Party thing is a winning bet now? I mean, they won.
Well,
that Bannon guy, he's big Tea
There is
Party.
no end. There is no end result. And like, what do you mean they won? They got less people. The rules are that they still get to be the president. On the other hand, the rules still are that other people have senators and governors and people that can fight him. And he doesn't own all the business, and he doesn't get along with all the other billionaires. And there's a lot of different forces still, at play.
Well, I'm just saying. The point is that you were saying, well, they're just going to keep voting for the crazy people, and no one's going to want to vote for the crazy people. They voted for the crazy guy.
No, she got more of the popular vote. So if you're taking a poll,
well, that's a mitigation. That's a mitigation.
Well, it's separate. It's not really mitigating. Like right now, we have to deal with Trump. But I'm saying we have to deal with Trump right now. So mitigating, it depends on the context, is what I was going to try to say. Basically, is that in the long run, this demographic shift and the fact that conservative families aren't having conservative kids, they're not spreading out. They have some conservative kids, but we get new liberals from that. That really is going on, and so they're going to lose some of their natural base. They've obviously regenerated. There's obviously some 20 and 30 somethings that thought they'd go for Trump. Some of them might not go, well, that was a mistake. I grew up. Some of them might double down on that the rest of their life. So they're not supposed to disappear, but that trend is still in our favor. And I don't think Hillary, what the Democratic Party absolutely has to do is they have to have honest primaries where you don't anoint the next person, because the primary is like the minor leagues where these guys try out if they're any good at it. And you can't prop someone up and then put them at the general. You need a showman that really wows the crowds. Like, you can only tell if it's a fair primary, right?
Well, she did win it, though.
Well, no, the thing is, though, it's not just anything they did to Bernie. Bernie did better than I would have imagined, and I don't think they backstabbed too much. But there's also a lot of deference. A lot of other people in the party, Cory Booker, people I don't even like, Cory Booker, but people that actually can campaign, they didn't even go in because everybody knew, hey, we're letting Hillary do it. So there was no chance to have the preseason and see what's up, And if you had that, if somebody like Obama run against her again,
Bernie got in too late. He waited.
I believe in that too, but I never thought of that myself. That's another Sam Cedar thing, is where he was saying, look, Bernie didn't think he was going to win. He went for a strategic thing. He was fantastically successful on the strategic thing. We should thank him. But as far as you want to bitch about why he didn't win, he didn't really get in and run the way you do in an American race. I don't know if that's true, but
part of the reason
it's legit. It's a legit thing. I don't know if, do you watch the Majority Report?
Yeah, I
Sam is one of the most
time where I got kind of pissed at him, and I stop paying attention to him. But I do like Sam Cedar.
You don't have to agree with him, but he's honest, and he really is pretty insightful. That doesn't mean he's going to be right every time. He, like everybody, thought it's going to be 330 in Hillary's favor, but he doesn't try to say he's right in that sense.
I just didn't. I was listening to their show, the election
I was scared.
And they were just like, oh yeah, 300, this is my prediction, and it's going to be a landslide. And I was just thinking, man, these guys are just way too confident.
Yeah,
You
it made
know,
me
it's
nervous too. First nervous moment was all of the lines and stuff, and I thought, well, they've closed so many polling places and stuff, but that kind of turned out okay. But whatever, I didn't know what that meant. But then early in the night when Rubio won Florida, I was like, fuck. And from that moment on, I thought we're losing this. And I was watching a game where you're 3 points ahead, going, yeah, we're not going to hold this. They're going to choke, and at this point, they're going to misuse their timeout or whatever your metaphor, and then that's what happened all night long. And I still went to bed right before they decided, but where it was like she would have had to threaded the eye of the camel or whatever. And I went to sleep right then, hoping maybe, I'll have a good dream and I'll go into the other universe. But so I went to
Did you
bed
hear
like
the
a half
thing
an
about
hour
the
before
exit
they
polls?
which
The
things? I heard
did
some
you hear
things.
yeah, well, David Pakman, I saw a video he did about it, where at a lot of the exit polls there was a gigantic discrepancy between what the exit polls said and what the actual results were. So like in some cases it would be, a 5 or 6 point swing.
Yes. Yeah, and I noticed that because when they reported the exit polls at the night, they were going that way, and they don't necessarily ask everybody how they voted, but they ask them all these indicators and stuff. And I mean, in the first polls that are released anyway. And yeah, it seemed weird.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think the exit polls would be rigged. That's those people's business. That's like faith in capitalism, that they want to get that right. And so, yeah, well, it'd be
and what would
interesting
be
if
the
in
point?
20 years we find out that it was rigged. He rigged it. He had the ins with the guy with the hackable machines and did all that we were worried about in 2008 or whatever, and 4.
Well, those were the states, like the ones where those were the key
Yeah.
states, where you had the discrepancy. So it kind of makes
Yep.
you squint a little bit. Like I'm not going to sit here and just go, "Oh, it was rigged."
Well, one thing is we got people in this country, both in law enforcement but also the kind of burn down the mountain, journalists that risk their own life because they do have this spark of wanting to find this kind of story out and prove it, that people will be pursuing that. And I doubt it's covered up so well that they can't find it out. So I know these conspiracies exist, but it is true that when people say, oh, it's so hard to do it. Well, that's why if you look 20 years later, usually people figured out. Like I was suspicious with the whole letting the prisoners in Iran out the day of the inauguration of Reagan. That seemed weird, and we all thought it must be they're in deal with each other. No, come on. And then it's like, oh, they were in deal with each other. So we do find this shit out, and I think this one smells to high heaven. But then again, sometimes you think that, and it's like, oh, actually, he's not that bad of a guy for a Republican.
Well, that's what's so hilarious about, the people saying Hillary was the most corrupt presidential candidate in the history of the country. It's so stupid. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to go back too far to find someone way more corrupt.
That's what made me realize That's what made me realize I was hating on her more than necessary, because the corruption that she's doing is the legitimized, mostly legal, at least at the gray area level. And compared to other presidents and things, you find out that's not so bad comparatively in a relative. It's not good enough for me. It made me hate her from way back in the Bill Clinton days. But it was also a little bit of an overreaction in that there's a certain amount of legitimacy. Like they keep the economy steady while they milk it. And we have people that won't keep it steady while they milk it, like the Halliburton thing. So, in that sense, I realized, look, to a certain degree, playing the game the way it's been played is tradition. It doesn't mean entirely corruption. It's not that easy. Like if you were to write a video game to have the economy in the United States, very hard to simulate. So you can't just take it out and put in something uncorrupt. Sometimes it's kind of like having an internal combustion engine, finding out the exhaust is pollutant. It's like, until you have another one, you're probably going to go, okay, we'll just pollute a little bit. Somebody work on that. I got to get to the fucking store, Right. And it's kind of like that with politicians. And she was not so bad. We could do worse just by looking at other politicians. I put her on a par with Obama. I don't think maybe Obama's had some cleverness that I think probably she wouldn't have been as good as Obama, but definitely in that range of the kind of style and stuff. And especially since all the advisors would carry over and the people that are managing the economy, it's not him micromanaging it or anything. So probably would have been the same. I bought that. But go back before, who? Carter, what a lovely guy. He was a terrible president.
And he wasn't that liberal either. I mean, he didn't do anything about what was going on in South America or the Shah, and he let all that blow up. He could have prefaced that by not being enemies with the obvious revolution that was going to win, and he didn't manage any of that well. So being a nice guy and a good ambassador, okay, who's before that? Her husband, Bill Clinton, wasn't any, but where are we going back to? JFK, till we even get to one that arguably, and then that's questionable. Of course, you're starting to get back where they did things all the time that were he covered for the Bay of Pigs even though he stopped them. I mean, it's like, and that's just going through the Democrats. You go through the Republicans and it's like W. Bush. He went to a stupid war and made billions for his buddies. Yeah. That's kill to pay. It's not even pay to play. I'll take the pay to play, please.
Right.
So
going on, I wanted to make a point about the.
I mean, Reagan dealing with the Iranians. That sounds a little corrupt. I'd call that treason. I mean, you just every single fucking one of them.
Deals with terrorists, what we would call terrorists today.
Yeah, more radical than the Iranian government now. The Iranian government has moderated since then. So it's like insane.
Right.
And they just go, but it was a good deal. I've talked to Republicans like
everybody
they were inferior arms that we gave them.
They're playing this I'm on this team crap. They're not concerned about what the reality is. It's just Hillary is the bad guy and Trump is the good guy and I'm on team Trump. It's that sort of thing. But I wanted to say about the whole exit poll thing. Yeah. I think that that just reveals that the fact that we have this discrepancy apparently reveals that Alex Jones is a big fat phony.
How so?
Because if it was the other way around, and the exit polls, and Hillary won, and the exit polls showed a discrepancy, he would be, see, it was rigged. The globalists have taken over.
But is he a phony, or he probably just believes it was rigged? But he's like, finally, the good guy's rigging it. That's what you had to do. You got to fight him below. That's why those guys believe in torture. Those guys believe in torture means they believe, yay, fight beneath the belt. Yay, complain when we're the victims, and yay to doing it to them. That's the point. You try to do it to them and not get it done to you. That's how they think the game actually works. That's what they want to do. That's why we now know that the rich people are paying less taxes than their workers, and they still want to pay less taxes than that. And it's because if they could pay zero taxes, they would think that's right. Would it help the country? Doesn't matter. The point of the game is I get the benefit, you get the price.
But aren't you assuming some things about his perspective? Like what he really thinks? Alex Jones?
Yeah, it's hard to know because he's obviously a shuckster. But I think there's this thing, like I was using Peter Schiff, that gold guy. He's always collapsing. There gets to be a blur where if people make a lot of money off of selling, say, the fall of the economy, their personal beliefs plus versus their self-interest, it becomes totally blurred, right? People can tell themselves they really do believe that, or what they really believe is basically that, but they put it a way that people understand, just because people need to be talked to a certain way because they're simple-mindedness. They explain it all where somehow they sort of believe what they're doing, but we could tell they're being totally hypocrite to what they say they believe, but they tell themselves another story. And I think with Alex Jones, it's become hard to tell. On the other hand, there's a very strong chance that he doesn't believe any of it. He used to be just a conservative radio show host, after all, right? And he does so much of the beta vitality, selling gold. He looks like a crisis merchant that probably is a total hypocrite, like a TV evangelist that's gay and doesn't feel guilty about it, or any of that. He's just like, are you kidding? It's the circus, motherfucker. Welcome to the sideshow.
Yeah,
it's your fault, you sucker.
Yeah, you see that a lot with people who do a lot of sociological manipulation of groups and shit, like where they'll espouse a certain belief or point of view that they don't even personally believe in or even agree with, but hey, it works, right? So.
Yeah, and they have a lot of ways to tell them, but also, so that's the level. He does look that way, but I'm saying also there's a big blurry area where people pretend the stuff they have hidden isn't the real them and stuff. You know, so like when he makes something up he knows isn't true, he'll say, I'm doing it for the cause. It's not the real me, the part that's hypocritical. I'm covering up this, or you know, that kind of thing. So like when he sees the discrepancy in the polls, it's like, you know, the moments he spends even thinking about covering it evaporate into the end where he doesn't even think about it anymore. And doesn't mean that he doesn't believe it was rigged or cared. It's more complicated than that. I believe humans can believe contradictions. We're very good at it. That's the whole 1984 doublespeak thing. You can believe contradictions, and people are very good at it. It's kind of a mind control thing, because like if you can be taught to believe these contradictions, it's like a trance.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, and you're in this state of very controlled, like hypnosuggestibility to certain messages, depending on what the cognitive dissonance is. You know, it makes a target in the middle that allows you to, you know, like.
Well, that's the thing. If anyone should,
third generation immigrants that are against immigration.
If anyone should understand human psychology and all of what we know so far about it and human behavior, you would think it would be on the liberal side of politics, whereas on the other side there would be more sort of denialism of that sort of thing.
Huh.
And the point is that, well, then how come they just had this devastating loss? And in doing so, in my opinion, they overestimated.
But wait, what do you mean devastating loss?
Well, you don't think this was a devastating loss?
Well, I mean, it's more of an accident of history. I mean,
what do you mean?
Well, devastating loss. She got more of the popular vote. The demographics and all the trends, they didn't get proved wrong. That people thought they would have more of an effect in this election doesn't change.
It's not just the presidency they lost.
So it's like in the random bubble upon the predictable curve, you know, there was a spike, and it's like, holy fuck, this president got elected by this spike. It's still the noise on the surface of the water. It doesn't mean that there's a tsunami of Trumpism. You know, like it doesn't mean that like, oh no, the Democrats will never get.
I mean, I take your point. The general population is not going to put up with Trumperism by and large, I don't think. But that is what was the motivation for getting out and voting, and where it counted, at least, he got those people motivated to vote. In the places like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, he basically said, I'm going to bring your jobs back. It was a bunch of bullshit. Most of us know that's not going to happen.
Right.
But, I mean, just all you have to do is look at some of the things he says he's going to do in order to do that.
So this noise spike to the right, which is also because of this noise suppression thing of the Clintons being, you know, very liberal. They like, you know, looking to the right always, you know, their vice president had to be just another one of these DLC type Democrats. Right. So between those two, it spikes to Trump's side. If he does something successful, including starting wars or things that I hate, but that is people, you know, like, which won't include rebuilding those jobs probably, but if it did, you know, it wouldn't be right-wing policies that did it. You know, he would have to, it would be some of his liberal side, but more likely with the people he's putting in place, we're going to see maybe even some terrible stuff like internment camps for Muslim immigrants for 5 years. You have to live in an internment camp or some way it's sold, soft fascism. And that spike, it's, you know, the more there is of that, the less likely it is to happen again in time for them before the curve takes it out of possibility, right? So what the real danger, the real explosion that makes it more than a story for 2016 is all the damage he can do in the next 13 years. I mean, if you start a war and kill a couple 100,000 people will tend to remember that longer than the 4 years after your president is gone. So, right. Yeah.
I mean, that's why we try to warn everyone. Don't vote for this guy.
Yeah.
You know, we're saying it's not a good move. You know, I got into an argument with the guy, and people are so focused on their little pet, you know, issues, like whether, you know, there's people pointing the finger too much about racism and whatever. You know, that's not what you vote for the president for. You know, you've got to look at the panoramic picture. You can't just focus on these tiny little issues and make this sort of. I just think too many people, going back to the whole psychological thing, I think that too many people made this was a reactionary election, and too many people just made this emotional, you know, not reason based, not logic based reaction.
Well, I mean, both camps did. To be fair, like there are a lot of people who were especially angry at Trump because he was racist, because of the racist and sexist shit he said. Like, I mean, both camps use that to a degree. But
I just think that was additive, though.
I mean, yeah, Hillary is clearly like a superior choice. I mean, if you don't believe that, you're kidding yourself, honestly.
Well, I just think the whole racism, I almost wish that wouldn't have happened, because what that did was just allow the Democrats just to sit back in their lazy boys and play a bunch of videos of him saying all these horrible things and actually thinking that the American public gives a flying fuck.
I mean, I think like they did, but like after a while, after a while of driving home the exact same point over and over and over again, it does have somewhat of a it does somewhat desensitize people.
Well, obviously, I mean, the majority, isn't it true that, was it the majority, maybe it was just white women voted for Trump?
Yeah, the majority of white women voted for Trump.
So obviously all that stuff about he could have said
no, it's more. It's a sub demographic.
No, it was either.
Obviously, all of that stuff, all that putting those ads out there where he's saying all the horrible things about women. You know, obviously that was a mistake.
When he grabs you by the pussy, like I guess, like that's
how much what. He can't say much of a worse thing than that, you know.
The thing that I mentioned
without getting locked up, without having the police come after him.
I mentioned this before, and this makes me sad. Our president,
maybe you're right.
The leader of our fucking country is a meme that goes, grabs her by the pussy. That's our president. That's what our president will be known for. Grab her by the pussy.
I'm getting back to angry again.
No, don't get me wrong. I think it's funny, but that's not what should.
And our attorney general doesn't see why something like that would count as assault. But Jeff Sessions during the campaign was like, "Well, I don't see how that'd be assault," and it's like it's because he doesn't know much about the law. Oh, wait a second, yeah, he's a lawyer, Harvard Law Review, and all of that kind of Obama stuff.
Way to go,
he knows better. He knows better. He knows it's against the law. He's saying, but it really shouldn't be.
Have you ever seen a more egregious example of a group that was not voting in their self-interest?
When he grabs you by the pussy. That's all.
Clearly, women aren't going to be first.
On the other hand,
it
depends. It depends if he's really smart at all about how to endear himself to people and stuff. If he does a big jobs program by rebuilding bridges and makes it be a patriotic grabbing pussy grab that infrastructure pussy, man, then that actually will help the country enough for him to get elected. We might lose.
Grab her by the pussy.
We might get Roe v. Wade overturned as a result too, but that would be enough, I think, to make him popular, because basically it's not about politics. You could actually make people's lives better if you had them, $1 trillion of stimulus that actually went where people got jobs because of it. If the actual workers got the $1 trillion or even the 300 billion, and rebuilt some airports and this kind of stuff. So if he does something like that, then, it's a mixed bag, because he could reinvigorate the right-wing grab a pussy thing at the same time as the populace, but we all got jobs, so, it's a danger. I don't know. But on the other hand, it's hard for me not to want him to do that, because I really am sort of stuck. This might be a cuck thing of, I want this to turn out well for the United States, even if it's ironically accidental or somehow we discover oil and we're rich because of, whatever. I want it to work out well, even if it does make Trump look good, but he's got a bunch of fascists around him. So anyway, yeah. I'm going to smoke this cigarette. I'm going to be right back.
And fucking billionaires, like, Jesus Christ. Christ, he's filled his cabinet with like CEOs and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was I'm working on a video where I'm talking about all this stuff, and that was one of the things I brought up was, he said the thing about drain the swamp, and then he's bringing in way more Wall Street people than anybody ever has since like the 1920s.
Seriously, and like you can only make the.
You muted.
God damn it. Okay. You can only make the argument that, Wall Street guys would be good for the economy or something so many times. Like.
Well, yeah, I think you should have. I don't see a problem with having an influence from that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they're the ones that know what's going on. But you also have to have an opposing view in there as well. It can't just be Wall Street controlling everything. Otherwise, we're going to get the deregulation again, and we're going to see another crash.
Pretty much, yeah, I agree.
And only because a small group of people are going to make money off of the crash, whereas most of us are going to lose our ass,
Like, yeah, we can't really afford another crash.
And he's going to cut taxes on the wealthy. Again, we're going to have another tax cut for the rich. That means we're probably not going to be paying for stuff. The deficit's going to blow up again. And we're going to double the debt again.
See, here's the thing, right? Like, tax cuts have to be paid for. That's what Republicans don't understand. Tax cuts aren't just free money.
Oh, but they're going to pay for it because they're going to grow the economy. That's always the defense. Even though we know for the last 30 years that shit didn't work.
And I'm tired of being the janitor party because every time the
janitor party.
Seriously, every time they come into power, they throw a party and destroy and wreck shit, then leave, and then we have to come back. Then the Democrats have to come in
and clean it up, and then get blamed for everything.
Exactly. And
I am so baffled, like how people can blame Obama for the financial crisis. Essentially, I mean,
like
it was the worst financial crisis in the history of the country since the Great Depression. In fact, many economists, Nobel Prize winning economists, were saying that was a depression, and so we're just now really coming out of it in the last few years here. It took a while, but they're like, oh, Obama sucks because we can't maintain 3% growth under Obama.
That's like that's the mentality of the people that we're dealing with, huh? Also, it's weird that Joe Chill dude, he showed up again just to insult Gary and then left.
Joe Chill.
He's some guy who comes in when.
Is he the guy that has the New York kind of accent or New Jersey?
Yeah, he's that guy. He comes in, he insults Gary, and then he just leaves.
Yeah, he likes to get a rise out of Gary. He likes to see him fucking explode. So he tries to set his fuses. They don't always work, though.
So what did I miss anyway? Because I've been gone for a little bit. Anything been happening? Anything been going on?
You mean in the room today, or?
Yeah, Sunday, just like Sundays in general.
Not much really. I think we kind of had a shorter hangout last week. I saw your favorite. I saw your favorite guy commenting on a video today.
Who?
Vic Mackey.
Wait, where the fuck is he? What did he say?
I don't know. He the guy Tool Time.
Yes.
Well, he did a pretty good video. I thought I usually like his stuff. He's a smart guy. And he did a video about the whole Trump winning the election thing, and was sort of pointing out, how the Republican policies aren't going to ever help these people that voted for him.
Yeah.
Wait. I got back just in time.
Okay, so
if he builds a bunch of infrastructure and even if he taxes and spends to do it, that will help those people because that's still who's up in line for those jobs.
Well, potentially.
Yeah,
Well, there's people that have been out of union work for 10 years, and you could hire them all back up, and they all remember how to weld. You know?
Yeah, but what if they just build a bunch of bullshit? Bridges to nowhere.
Well, that's the thing, but that's where Trump has actually got to give him credit. He might be lying, but he said specifically, the highways with the potholes falling apart. They all know the highways suck compared to when I was a kid, if you're old enough. And the airports, he's called them third world airports, and they are. I've barely gone out of the country that much, but it doesn't matter. Canada, Chile, all the airports are like old airports, like space stations compared to American ones. Our space stations are all dilapidated, crazy pieces of shit at this point, like Chicago O'Hare and stuff. And what was the other thing he said? Oh, yeah, the bridges. We know there has been some studies on the bridges that are falling down. So if they even started that at all, they wouldn't even get to the ones that are in danger. And that's not bridge to nowhere. But I have to tell you, just to finish, I'm on the thing of I studied that bridge to nowhere thing. It wasn't a bridge to nowhere. And I'm basically a bridge to nowhere is better than no bridge at all, even. I mean, I'm that pro infrastructure, but I don't want to waste the money. Don't try to say that. But it wasn't really to nowhere. It was to an international airport for Alaska tourism. But anyway,
I'm not really sure I understand that comment, but
I'm just saying
the point I was making relates to the fact that he's. Well, yeah, but the point I was making is that he's trying to say he's going to have. You're saying that we have to get these jobs to these people that he promised these jobs to. So it doesn't necessarily correlate to those areas, to get all these jobs. So that you're talking about more of a nationwide
wait. Let's
thing.
just get into this nitty gritty. Maybe you're right and I'm overlooking something, but isn't like Detroit, where there's all these out of work people that know how to run factory machines, those people can run, cranes and stuff. And it is where the infrastructure is the most destroyed, really. Right?
In Detroit?
Well, in all the places that lost factories to Mexico, the people that want their NAFTA jobs back are in the places that need the most infrastructure.
Yeah, but
and even if they don't, he could do the infrastructure there if it's also a jobs program, say whatever he wants. And in the end, when people have some more cash on hand, they're going to go, I'm better off than I was 4 years ago. And then that's that. And it's 8 years of Trump.
Well, all I'm saying is that I'm concerned that the money won't go where it's actually needed because of this artificial need to create jobs.
Well, but what about this question? Would that be better or worse politically? I mean, if he can buy people, if Trump can buy people the way they say the Democrats do by just giving them some jobs, they're so desperate and they say I'm better off. They don't look at the debt and the other promises because they're like, oh, I got a swimming pool. Then he's still going to be peddling this women need to have their pussies grabbed and then don't have an abortion because you can't get pregnant if you're raped anyway. Those people are still, their agenda is going to be pushed through. I mean, if they can buy off with money the anti-SJW vote, we could be screwed. Yeah, but I'm not sure it works out like that. I think that if what's good about his presidency is that we rebuild our infrastructure, it's also likely that people realize that. It doesn't mean they're going to go for the pussy grab part, even if they push it. It's up to us to reject one part and take the other part.
Well, the Democrats have already stated they're going to try to work with him on an infrastructure bill. We'll see what happens with that. My only concern is that we'll just be wasting a bunch of fucking money.
Well, but you can't not spend on infrastructure because you're worried you'll never spend it on the right thing.
I didn't say that. I just said that.
Well, that's my point of even if it was the wrong thing. I'm saying
we do need to spend money on infrastructure.
Well, I've been clear in here. I believe in infrastructure spending, and I believe you can make sure that it's not wasted because there's a lot of infrastructure now that's obviously needs repair that people actually use, that they've done studies of billions of dollars of cost to the vehicles getting damaged driving on these potholes. And then the thing that isn't acknowledged, but that I believe is the Superfund sites. We need to just start fixing those. That really needs to be done.
Well, the metropolitan areas are what needs to be focused on.
Well, that would be most likely to happen.
To get our transportational system functioning correctly and functioning into the future correctly. But what I'm worried about is that more rural areas are going to get more money than they actually need.
Yeah, That's an issue. I agree with you. I think that's something to watch for. I would say that if he does it as an intelligent political pander, he could go either way, but it would be a mistake to go because you want to get the most jobs to the people that could vote for you, and you'd be better off doing it in the urban parts of Michigan and Wisconsin and Illinois than, you know, helping out Mississippi, political wise. On the other hand, I don't know. I mean, my preferences probably won't happen, but I would imagine a fair lottery, like a per capita thing. Like, hey, here's the size of our stimulus. We're going to find places to fix the infrastructure everywhere based on your per capita. You know.
Well, we already know even under Obama, the stimulus packages got all screwed up.
Well, they don't end up going to workers is the problem. It's like the stimulus, or well, it wasn't called the stimulus, but the bank bailout thing. It goes to the rich guys. If they'd given it to the working class people that owned those houses, they would have elected for Obama 2.0. But no, they gave it to the rich guys, and the rich guys said, you still owe us, by the way. You guys, we're still taking your house. It's like, what? How does that work out for, well, no wonder, you know, it's like if you're going to spend $1 trillion buying votes, you have to buy the votes. So obviously that isn't what Obama did. He spent $1 trillion to buy campaign donor love. It doesn't get you votes except for, you know, you're spending your political capital. You know, you're not making any friends among the actual populace. So, that's why it was important. We were asking before you came in, you know, was this tweet about safe spaces with the Hamilton thing, was that like a reverse mental troll that was ironic, like, haha, see, safe space, you idiots? Or was he actually being so thin-skinned that he really wants a safe space for his crew? And, you know, or is he kind of playing us? You know, and it's hard to know with Trump whether he's an idiot or he just plays that card so well that you take him seriously and he can goof on you so well because you actually don't ever know which part of what he's doing is intentional.
Well, I didn't see the tweet, so I'm not familiar with that, but it sounds like to me it's a troll.
Yeah, here, let me say, you know about the Hamilton thing though?
Hamilton.
Mike Pence went to Hamilton, the Broadway play, got booed, and at the end, the cast fucking came out and said, "Hey, we just want to say you got to represent all of us." And this is what Donald Trump tweeted: "The theater must always be a safe and special place. The cast of Hamilton was very rude last night to a very good man, Mike Pence. Apologize, capital, and everything spelled correctly." It's like probably wasn't even him. So is that a troll, or is he really that thin-skinned he's going to do that, sort of hypocritical, or is he just like, you know, you can easily imagine somebody doing that where you know the person and he's like, sarcasm, troll sarcasm, you know, first #1 tweet showing up replied, most thin-skinned president in history wants the world to be a safe space. He just trolled you. Now liberals are going to be bad-mouthing safe spaces. Troll win, you know, I mean, is he that? It's a kind of cleverness, social intelligence or something, social media intelligence. You know, is he doing that? At this point, it's hard to say, you know, after all the times Trump said this crazy shit and they're like, he's going up in the polls. What the hell? Maybe he does know what he's doing. I don't know. Or is he just lucking through it like our own Chancey Gardner?
I think he largely just lucked his way through. Most people that analyze this stuff don't think he really thought he was going to win.
Yeah.
You know, and then he was just trying to, you know, get some media attention for free and wound up winning the fucking presidency of the United States because people are idiots. So, yeah. And I don't know, did you see the look on his face when he met with Obama? Didn't it just strike you as like he's a little freaked out?
Yes. And it was kind of endearing, right? Like he was so impressed with everything and it going so good. He's like, Obama's a very good man. Like you can imagine those fuckers are going to go ahead and play poker. You know, he loves his enemies, right? He just wants to be in the group, man. And he's going to have Obama over for poker and basketball. And Obama's going to make sure he doesn't blow up the world. And Obama's going to make a couple of the billions on the side from the whole rigging the system. No, yeah, it was very interesting. And
I like Obama now.
Yeah, I know. He could have tanked it though. So if he'd really like at the last minutes, like, holy shit, I might win, he could have tanked it, and he wasn't really doing that. So at some point,
Well,
even
at
if that
that
was the
point, I think
plan,
his whole mentality is win, win, win.
he started out like Bernie in the sense, but not to change politics, but I think to market himself. But at some point early on, I would guess from the way he acted, he realized this game, he was able to play it. And then I don't think when he went up against Hillary, he thought he was going to win again. But I do think before the end, he realized this is close enough. And he does think he's an automatic winner. So probably he did think he was going to win the whole time.
Well, it looked like the FBI thing kind of helped him out there, and that
Oh,
was
you
kind of
think?
fishy. So
Totally fishy. Well, I hope that's some of the investigation that they need to go, and that you both the law enforcement, because some law enforcement still takes that serious, and also just journalists, because that like yeah, that when we're talking about things smell, and we'll find out one way or the other. I'd rather find out in the next couple of years rather than 20, but because that
well, on
looks
the journalism thing,
that's for sure suspicious.
that really frightens me. Like, I'm worried that you're not going to get any journalism, or just very little, because it's already bad as it is. And
that's the thing about prosecuting Hillary. If they do prosecute Hillary, I think it'll be found out that she skirted in the gray area. The law probably would be fine. Find out that it's legal corruption, if you want to call it corruption. But it also gives us a platform to say, yeah, we'll go after Comey.
what do you mean?
Or yeah, we'll go after
her email server?
anything they want to go after her on. I mean, I had raised the question earlier.
It won't be that.
But anything they would go after her on, it's like, I don't want that kind of chaos, but we're already at this point where we need to go after them. We don't want a rule where no prosecuting crimes because you don't want to get, you don't want Hillary to go to jail for jaywalking. No, I'm sorry. I'd rather her go to jail for jaywalk, take that risk, and be able to prosecute you for the crazy shit, Eric is going to do.
Well, I'm just worried that people aren't going to go after Trump because they're afraid they're going to suffer some consequences for doing so.
Yeah, well, that's the weird thing that really bothers me. You'd think people were brave, but there's a lot of stories about people and newspapers don't go after him because he sues people so much. And
right.
It's a real thing. So, yeah.
He said that he was going to work to relax.
Have you seen how Megyn Kelly is acting? She looks panicked. And Jeff Bezos congratulated him on Twitter after they've had a bunch of fights. It's like, yeah, people that real businessmen know that, okay, I'm fucked right now. Yes, this is where you go, uncle, pay attention to somebody else. And so we're going to see a lot of capitulation. So some of his natural enemies are going to step aside.
And what about like Omarosa? Remember what she said? That got a lot of play, where she's saying, President Trump everyone will have to bow down. Anyone who ever criticized him, they will have to bow down to President Trump. And we were all like, holy shit, that's right. And now he's the fucking president. So that's what concerns me. Like, this is really going to be as totalitarian as United States has ever seen. And it's going to affect what the public actually receives in terms of information. And that could turn the next election.
Well, politically, the thing is they can do a lot of damage, like the Nazis did all this damage, but they burn out pretty quickly, these reactionary movements, when they finally they're so panicked. Unlike Obama, who will wait 8 years to try to enact something he wanted to do as part of a legacy, they're going to do it all in the first 100 days, man, which means they're going to fail, right? It means they're going to burn up spectacularly, but that doesn't mean we won't have people gassed in an oven on the way, right? So it's also something to watch for. Part of our strategy is they're going to fuck up, and we can't let them get away with it, which again is one reason that maybe, the criminal court system's in play here.
I gotta go for a second. I'll be back shortly.
Okay. We might just have silences today because I'm definitely multitasking. I'm learning this thing. So many sample. I don't like to do sample tutorials in general, but they have to-do items, and I might read them or something. This one I'm doing because it's hopefully as recommended, so at least I'll know everything in it. Which is and it's but it's to make a little Pokemon app. Pokemons. That's a good subject matter. And I don't know anything about Pokemons, but it's a geek thing, and so I need to learn a little bit about what my fellow geeks, the younger ones, are into.
All right.
I can learn this way.
All
Pokemons.
right, there we go. Sorry about that. I had some stuff going on that I had to. You're making a Pokemon app, from what I understand.
I'm doing a tutorial that involves creating a Pokemon app, which is better than usual. It's like people all use it today. That's a to-do rather app. So yeah. I normally don't like to follow through this kind of stuff, but in this case, it was suggested, and in this way, at least I'll know all the parts of this, so I can ask the guy that suggested it about other details.
No problem. I think Matt's. I don't know what happened to Matt. I think he was consumed by the abyss.
Yeah.
Oh right. The reason we were on the Trump thing, Infinity never explained. Infinity saw Vic commenting on a video by a guy called Tooltime. I think you're familiar.
Oh right. Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
And
that the guy with the beard?
Yes.
Right.
Tooltime basically
got a lot of subscribers, hundreds of thousands, right? Something like that.
And Vic apparently was commenting on that dude's video. I don't know what he said though. Like, there we go. Infinity.
Okay.
What did Vic say anyway?
Well, Tooltime had this whole thing about these Republican policies aren't going to really do anything for these people that voted for Trump in the Midwest and such. And so Vic just laid into him. And he insulted him right off the bat, and I can't remember what he said. It was like he basically called him a lefty do nothing or something like that. I can't remember what it was, and he was like, "Why should we listen to you? You're probably wrong," and made all kinds of wrong predictions. And then he was like, "We don't know what's going to happen. Why can't?" He was basically saying, "We don't know what's going to happen. You shouldn't speculate. You should just wait and see," which is what these Trumpers are all saying. Well, let's just wait and see, maybe, and even non-Trumpers are saying that. Let's just wait and see, give them a chance. I'm fine with that, but there's nothing wrong with speculating either.
Well, you know what? This give them a chance thing, I'm already giving them more of a chance. They said our president that we wanted wasn't even a citizen. It wasn't even a matter of a discussion of if he should be president. And to lock up Hillary and that I, as a criminal, for supporting her, they want a chance? No. They could be impeached, lock him up. But I'd rather see if we can use him to our own advantage first. But giving him a chance is not on the table. That's not the same thing. It's like, are you going to cooperate with us? Maybe we'll spare you. That's more what the attitude should be.
Well, I think it's going to be a disaster. It just looks that way.
It has to be a disaster.
All of the indicators are pointing that way.
You hope you're wrong?
It depends on what hoping I'm wrong means. Because there could be sort of this phony sort of this phony sort of Band-Aid put on the situation, and there could be this very, very superficial sort of fix to things, and maybe people are doing better, making a little more money because maybe they start spending more, the government starts actually spending more money under the Republicans, if you can believe that. And maybe something like that happens. But if you mean that they're actually right and all their ideas are actually correct and we're actually wrong, and that's the way it should be, because that's actually what works. then I would have to accept that. Yes. So in that sense, yeah, if that's what it takes, then I would have to accept that. And yes, in that sense, I would hope I was wrong. But
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to hope you're wrong about those things, right?
Yep. And also because it might make something else worse. Like if it goes well for one reason, I go, that was well, it could mean we don't have Roe v. Wade or something. It could be that there's riots in some parts of the country. Or, you know what I mean? It could have this blowback that, you know, so obviously I think even if there is anything good, there's a danger of just chaos breaking out.
Well, it could be, we could be wrong about Trump in the sense that, and I'm making a video about, I'm in the process of doing a video about this. So I talk about this in my video, but, he could just, we already know he's full of shit, and he just bullshitted his way into the presidency. And we know that he lies and lies and lies and lies and bullshits people left and right. Maybe he was bullshitting about everything. Maybe he's bullshitting, you know, maybe he's really going to do something about climate change.
Yeah, I doubt that because the people he's got around him. But yeah, exactly. Or that it just will all average out differently. All the random stuff averages out to somebody that manages to go to parties and not get kicked out. You know, who knows?
I think the environment is one of the environment and national foreign policy are the two biggest things to me that are going to.
Well, you know, I read he has $1 million investment in the Dakota pipeline. Company.
Right, and that's a conflict of interest. But we're just going to let that happen.
That's fine.
Yeah. There's so many conflicts of interest here.
Oh yeah.
You know, all he's going to do is make a shit ton of money while he's president.
See, the thing is, he can have the conflict of interest. He is exempt from the rules that apply to the executive branch. But if he's going to hire his kids into the executive branch, they're not exempt. So yeah, I think somebody's going to get indicted, hopefully sooner rather than later, if that shit starts happening. Oh, hey, did you hear this? I think this was a majority report thing that the Republicans might look for a chance to impeach Trump so Pence could be president.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. There's plenty of people that don't like him, you know, and Pence is your classic Republican in many ways. So yeah,
Trump should fire Pence, make him retire, and then bring on Obama as his vice president and say, "Nobody's gonna kill me, you fuckers." Oh, he can't do that, because the term limits counts if you're a VP too, I think, or maybe it doesn't. If you're the VP and can't be president, maybe it just skips you. I don't know how that one works.
Well, he can go back and serve in the Congress. I know
Elizabeth Warren.
I was talking to some friends after my show last night, because we were talking about, can the president, because I know the president can appoint a new vice president. Or one. Can Trump just be like, I don't like you, Pence, you backstabbed me?
That's a good question. I don't know. It certainly would be unprecedented, wouldn't it? I mean, it hasn't happened before.
Because I know Agnew resigned, but I can't think of any time when, somebody... Well, in other
he could pull some
countries,
gangster shit on him and, you know, force him to resign, I guess.
Yeah, he was asked to resign, but yeah, I don't know either if you can actually fire him, because it goes back to when they were actually selected separately.
Etrigan, the guy who runs Turkey, I know he's fired a couple of vice presidents.
Well, have y'all noticed that Obama's doing this world tour now, towards the end of his term, where he's having to reassure all these foreign politicians and foreign leaders?
It's like, look, Donald Trump's not going to do half the shit he says.
Everybody relax. Everything's going to be fine. Yeah, so it's really comical, but it's sad at the same time. What these people have done in this country it saddens me, but they've just made us all look like the biggest idiots in the world. This is what you do when you don't educate people.
To be fair, here's the thing. We've been the biggest idiots in the world for a while. Well, not the biggest, but we've been sliding down that fucking scale for a while now.
Yeah, and this is how it manifests itself. Exactly. So eventually you elect a moron to be your president. A guy who's just the only quality that allows him to lead is his ability to bullshit people.
Yeah, he's a carny.
Exactly.
He can fool enough rubes.
Right. So, do you know anybody that voted for Trump and then said, "Oh, I just voted for change, man. I just want to change"?
No.
Yeah,
I know people that
like
did that, and I bet
reddest,
they're. I didn't ask, because I don't want to start any shit. But
I'm
I
in
bet
one of
they're
the
full of
reddest
shit.
counties in the country. Like,
I know some people that were gonna vote that way, but in the end, they're like, I voted for Gary Johnson instead. I couldn't handle the pussy grabbing.
which is one of the reasons why, like, I'm so pro Bernie after the election, even though I can see, like, yeah, there's no hard scientific data that proves conclusively he would have won, but I cannot tell you the number of Trump supporters I've heard around me say, I would have voted for Sanders.
Well, that's interesting. I don't think Sanders would have beat him. That's my inclination.
Well, I think I will say this at the very least. I think this is conclusive. He would have been a better choice because he would have at least got the young demographic out, which was instrumental to Obama winning both terms. Because Hillary did nothing for the millennials.
Right.
And
I agree. I think she lost a lot of the younger voters, and she needed those younger voters. So yeah.
Would that been enough to put him over Trump? Who knows? Who knows for sure?
I just think he still would have pulled out a victory because this country is just that stupid, and that's why we got Trump anyway. Because they're just, like I said, it was a reactionary vote. Just
yeah, that's why a lot of people on the left, like they like the more like AW type people who are like, if you do one bad thing, you're a bad person forever. It's like, no, people are like, there are people who are legitimately scared stupid. Like, I guess I'm willing to give those people more of a pass because I was one of those people after 9/11. I became a neocon after 9/11 because like the neocons were the only ones really providing like any kind of it was awful fucking solutions, but they were the ones who were like, this is what needs to be done. Change in the Middle East.
Hey,
yeah,
Infinity,
they kind of. Oh,
go
ahead.
No, answer his question. I just had a little tangent. It's just
well, they kind of had me kind of fooled too in a way. Not to a extreme extent, but they did get to me a little bit early on after 9/11, and I was buying into the whole Iraq War bullshit. I'm ashamed to say, for a time, up until leading right up to the actual invasion. And then I started really thinking about it, and I was like, wait a minute, what are we really doing here? Go ahead.
No, I was interrupting again. I was going to say, you know about the PNAC?
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know about the PNAC stuff, and I had in the activist community, I'd already known about that before I'd even heard of George Bush. And when they came in and all those PNAC guys got in there, and then they executed the plan they told us they were going to execute a couple years before, including fooling the people with the Pearl Harbor. And it's like, what? No need to bring up a conspiracy theorist. Just the part they did in the open was pretty fucking balled out, anyway.
Well, we do know that, they knew about what that all of this was on Bush's desk.
Yeah.
On every briefing. They knew what was going on.
Yep.
But they were not vigilant about stopping it. They were you remember I did a video on this a long time ago called 8 Months of Bush and Rice, and where it's talking about, most people know about the memo, bin Laden determined to attack the U.S. or something like that. I'm sure Piro, what that that memo was about.
Yeah.
It was because the Bush administration was questioning the intelligence community on whether this was actually a real threat or not.
Yeah, or the PNAC guys said, go light on it. We don't have to create a Pearl Harbor. We could just go light. We'll let it happen. We'll see what it's like,
I mean, maybe that is what happened. Maybe
that was their plan they said they had. So I don't know. It seems a little bit like, You know, it's a similar thing with Trump in that I've known about these mob connections and stuff. I just never thought it was going to be relevant to the presidential election. But so I imagine people are going to find out about that too and be telling me, you don't know, man, in 10 years. So did you see the Friday majority report where...
That's something I'm loving about like Trump being president. It's like, now I get to be the asshole.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of conversation to be had.
Because again, Infinity, I live in one of the, like, my county is the county that gave the country Eric Cantor. We're the ones who blighted that piece of shit on everyone else. I can't tell you how many people who literally said Obama is an N-word for every day of the last 8 years are now telling me I need to give Trump a chance. And I'm like, eat a fucking dick. Eat all of the dicks.
Yeah, I'm in the same... not that bad, but I'm around a lot of these idiots.
I had to hear this shit. You're going to hear me bitch for the next at least 4 years.
I know, and they're going to be all like, that's unpatriotic, man. You got to get behind your president. They are. They're going to say that. They did the same thing with Carter. When he starts Carter, for sure. And then Reagan, with Reagan, he was supposed to be patriotic. And then with Clinton, you could call him a criminal sleazebag. And then with Bush, you're supposed to say he's patriotic.
Since you've been bringing up the Hamilton, like Pence being booed at Hamilton. How many of these fucking scumbags cheered when that one fucking congressman heckled Obama that one time?
Yeah.
How many of them fucking cheered when Netanyahu came to the fucking Congress and fucking lambasted a fucking sitting president in one of our houses of government? Trump, they'd lose their fucking minds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, it was different, though, because it was a black president, so that was all right.
They don't even... Honestly, they never considered him their president, so, I mean, I'm not really surprised. Like, yeah, I'm not going to say he should be killed or anything, because that's a dick move to say, regardless of whoever's president. Even if they are.
Well, the funny thing is we don't know which side will kill him.
Yeah, true.
He's had so many enemies.
Crazy Trump people kill him because he doesn't want to lock up Hillary Clinton.
Right, exactly. You lied.
Here's where you guys, the part that we know about Trump. You guys, here's the part we do know about Trump, okay? He has mob connections, and his mentor was a mob, John Gotti's lawyer and stuff. And he really actually does have Russian connections, in the KGB has been helping him, or whatever's the modern, they've been helping him, and they even admitted that he's been talking to Putin. They're doubling down on the friendliness there. Those are two pretty powerful forces in the scale of, on the one hand, the international and the underworld and the way to get things done, and horses in people's beds and people getting photos of their crimes, and that's how it gets out there. And then, of course, in America, same thing. So I think, there's some danger where he knows how to play a game that does involve some, pretty nasty people.
Speaking of Trump's shady business dealings, have you seen he's been deleting, like, his social media accounts and shit have been deleting all of his, like, pictures with, like, his Indian investors and shit?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I haven't heard this.
With that, like, a lot of people are like, why is he doing this?
Well, yeah.
Some people are wondering if that's maybe where he's going to have his first visit be to, is to India.
Well, yeah, who knows what's going to happen? I can't say if that was the thing about the full of shit thing. Like, is he just going to really do a 180 and do this globalization and embrace this globalization thing as opposed to the protectionist stuff he was talking about?
I mean, here is the thing. He is a globalist. Like, he's benefited from fucking globalism.
Oh,
like,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, obviously. That's what bugs me so much. That's what, I mean, of all the people that are not establishment, are you kidding me?
You know how he's draining the swamp?
It's actually one of the positives.
The White House doors.
Yeah,
he's gonna just let the swamp into the White House.
That's right. He's draining it into the whole country. That's a good point. But it's one of the good things about him, actually, is he has all these international deals. It makes it seem like he probably doesn't want war. He just wants to make a bunch of money everywhere.
That's why I'm more worried about Pence when it comes to domestic shit, and him being a more domestic-minded vice president than Cheney was as a foreign. Because, you know, Cheney cared more about, like, fucking foreign policy and shit. But, like, because
if they do go up against Roe v. Wade, it's going to blow up in their face.
Yeah,
That'd be the quickest, most painless way for it to blow up in their face.
Like, Trump doesn't probably give a actual shit about abortion. He's probably financed a couple of abortions.
Yeah, probably.
Like, and he probably doesn't give a shit about gay marriage either. So, like, he probably is going to try. I like, because he is a shyster con man. I think the thing he is going to really super try to push in the first 100 days is he's going to try to push infrastructure spending and tax cuts. I think because he wants something. He probably would want something big and showy.
Yeah, like I agree with Matt on this. I don't think he really cares about abortion or really a lot of the shit he said. I think he just doesn't care. I mean, like with the gay marriage thing, I don't think he really.
Here's the thing: if he's smart, I mean, he's probably not going to do this, but if he was smart, he'd get the fucking Chinese to help with some of that infrastructure shit because they're like the best at building infrastructure right now. They're years ahead of us in terms of like fucking high speed railway and shit.
What?
Like, we should give a couple of Chinese firms a couple of these not all of them. Like, yeah, like, let's have a couple of them be built by Americans, but, like, speed up the process a bit. Like, have a couple of them be built by Chinese firms. But Trump's not going to be able to do that because, you know, that'd be a scandal. He's giving work that could go to Americans to Chinese.
Well, in, you know, talking about his first 100 days, in his first 100 days, one of the things he's supposed to do, I believe, if I remember correctly, is the 45% tariff thing on Chinese imports.
Yeah, you know what the Chinese have said? They're like, if this happens, we're going to just tax all fucking foreign businesses in China by 45% extra.
Exactly.
So we're going to get
That's called a trade war. Congratulations. Yeah, you're just going to make everything more expensive. And then the interest rates will rise.
And besides, he can't do that as president. So, yeah, he's going to get a lot of blowback of people that are like, are you kidding? Yeah, I'm not doing this like so that Trump can have a better political career. That's where I make my money. And so, yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Term limits, like, for fucking term limits. Like, they're not going to allow that constitutional amendment to go forward.
Oh, yeah, McConnell's already said no. That ain't going to happen.
Like, I've actually heard people flat out say that is the main reason they voted for Donald Trump, and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot if you fucking thought he could do that.
Yep.
Yeah. What? Yeah, I don't understand. Again, I mean, I've said it. I don't know how many times here, but I don't understand. I can't put myself in the mentality of these people. But I gotta go for a second. Hang on.
All right.
Well, it is the uninformed electorate for a reason. Like,
I mean, they're informed about as well as whatever news source they follow is, honestly. Like, so if it's like Fox News, that would pretty much explain where their information comes from.
I think if a person followed Fox News and paid close enough attention, they'd know, like, oh yeah, you need a constitutional amendment to do that massive change in government. Like, so, like, Trump's not going to be able to get that support. This isn't something he could just, like, do as an executive action, or else, like, another president would have already done this.
That's where Trump's not an idiot. He knows about other people will stop you from doing the crazy good marketing things that aren't realistic, and you won't have to be the one that stops them. He definitely knows that, and I've seen that, and I was never thought that way, but I'm almost softened up that I understand why business and sales might work that way sometimes, because maybe it inspires people to think, and sometimes you can get it. Maybe it moves the ball forward.
But as a sales technique, and possibly in general, you think sounds pretty dishonest. He definitely knows that trick, dishonest or not, is my point. So I think he knows. On the other hand, there's a lot he doesn't know about government, but I'm assuming he knows you don't get to just enact. You can't just presidential order attacks. You could probably raise a fee or some weird thing, but making it based on the value of the goods inside, there's too much Department of the there's too much law about how all that stuff has to be collected to. I mean, like it would have to be a really complex presidential order, and it would end up being illegal. But it would, it's like a judge would make an injunction right away while they figured out. I just don't think with all the people that would be against that, and he must have known that, right? He makes his shit in China. Really, he's going to backstab all the businessmen he worked with on his Thai business. He's going to backstab all of them that way? No.
That's why I think the main two things out of his 100-day plan that he's going to really focus on is like the buildings.
I'm planning on my first 100 days to experience 3 months of the normal passage of time.
Really going to focus on, like, I'm going to get some bridge build, some taxes cut.
So what do you guys think about this? I really hope this does not happen, but my fear that I'm hoping is a paranoid one is civil unrest. And it's like on both sides. I've seen some of these videos and some people beat up for being a Trump supporter, and I just see a Tinder cake here where they're not going to back off from their side. It's going to be the head of the FBI is going to be, Joe Arpaio or whatever. And I see, there's a lot of people in this country that have been waiting for a race war for a long time or anything like it.
You have people stockpiling weapons. You have people stockpiling weapons and shit.
Yeah, and if we're going to have violent-looking demonstrations on the left, eventually those gun nuts are going to come out because that's what they've been waiting for.
I've got to say, though, don't trust Matt because this motherfucker will sell your ass out the first second he gets. Like, if we had aliens invade the country, what would you do, Matt? Oh, shit, Matt's gone, but he knows what he'd do. He'd be like... So how's it going anyway, Para?
It's going pretty good. I've got a job.
Oh, is that a part of the app you're doing?
No, this app is so I can learn more about the system that's being used that I don't know about. So I'm trying to do some learning curve stuff. I couldn't multitask if I was really programming, but I can follow and learn how the shit works.
All right, Matt. I mentioned that, like, if we did have a race war, you're like the first motherfucker to sell anybody out to, like, whoever wins.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, Matt's like the first, like, if we get invaded by aliens, Matt's like the first person to turn up, like, to, like, expose any human he sees. See? I'm loyal.
Yeah, like apes rise up.
Hey, Infinity, did you see
scenario?
Infinity, are you there, Infinity? Or he said he had to go for a sec?
He stepped away for a second,
yeah, because they were talking about that too. Somebody was on the Majority Report on Friday, who's their movie reviewer, but she's political too. And they started to get a little testy because he was teasing her about, oh, you might have a daddy complex. You might turn to Trump. And then she went on and she's like, well, and she said, well, I'm a collaborator. And he said, and he was teasing her. And then she got real sensitive about it because it's like, yeah, we got to watch out for the collaborators. Some people are natural collaborators. First we come to your house first on the important night.
I will say this, like...
Sorry, Nate Baum. We like you, we might just chain you in the basement for a couple days till it's over,
Pretty much because Matt will just sell us out like the first chance he gets, man.
Here's the thing. If it's like overwhelmingly apparent, like, yeah, I'm going to be a fucking turncoat. Because it's like they have laser guns.
You guys are too young, but I think it might have they remade it or something. But you know about the Red Dawn?
Yeah.
So the original was a crappy movie, but it was watchable crappy from the time.
Comrade.
Yeah, but so yeah, you'd be like, they're over there. Hey, I like communism.
Then again, I would just be like, look, whatever side just lets me smoke weed and not.
Well, that's what I was asking Infinity about, because there's this guy, Jimmy Reefer Cake, who lives in Maine and writes songs for the Majority Report, and he's been kind of a Bernie bro. And, and part of what made Sam mad about it was kind of this attitude of, at least we got our weed. But really, that's not going to happen, okay? Maybe we're lucky that Giuliani wasn't, because I think he for sure would have fought recreational and medical from the federal point.
Giuliani and
but
Christie
Sessions is not probably any better. Yeah, so I don't think Sessions is better on that unless he's distracted with something else, making rape legal or something.
Here's my actual hope, because I'm like, if Trump is gonna just start slashing shit, one thing I've been wanting to get slashed for the longest time is the DEA.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, you know what? You could just roll the DEA up into the fucking ATF. To me, that those are two separate organizations.
Well, this is where I'm really liberal, but we could always do this incrementally. But just to say my what comes across really liberal is, it seems obvious. It should not be a law enforcement at all. If you need to give guns to people that work for the National Institute of Health, do that. It's obviously a health thing. Mostly you need ambulances and drugs. I'm talking about the opiate stuff that is really going on. You don't want to ignore it.
The main, if you're taking out the cartels and shit.
I'd rather have, ambulances with armed people or something. You know what I mean? The cop part is secondary and the medical health part is primary.
But we need to know, we need to realize, the first and foremost problem with drugs is, the addiction part. And then it's, the crime part, that's bad and shit, but...
I also think it's a mental health thing. If we had a proper mental health concerns, if it was as important as blowing up, Afghanistan to us, then that would cover some of the drug stuff. Because then when you ran into a guy that, was whacked out on drugs or was schizophrenic, it wouldn't make a difference. You see the erratic behavior. You try not to kill that guy. While you bring him in, you assume maybe it's a temporary insanity. You assume maybe he was drugged. Maybe he's a diabetic and he's in a fugue. And, you don't worry about that, because everybody with those, and then some of those people, they're jacked up on bath salts and they're such bad criminal addicts. You got to watch out for them. But I mean,
I really do hate a lot of potheads, when they're political, because they're assholes.
Said that before.
Because
I would say potheads, but the hippies have some uninformed, and I don't have to be informed, and I felt it out. The water told me.
I'm in the Hunter S. Thompson school of drug abuse, where drug responsibility, where I'm like, look, I do my drugs and I lock myself up. I'm not bothering anybody. So I don't try to force drugs on people. I don't do that. I'm like, look, if you want to come on the trip, you can come on the trip, but
if you want to come on
you might not like what you find.
If you want to come on the trip, you can come on the trip. Matt's inviting you into his basement or something. What?
I'm an expert on this underground hippie thing, and it's very interesting too, because it's country hippies are actually very conservative and could be quite sexist, and the woman should go into the shed when, in the natural law. They're not like the liberals that we think that are in the city streets doing nude protests or something. That's the difference between a KKK parade in the South and a gay parade in San Francisco. I mean, it's just two different phenomena entirely. And that's what I don't think of it in terms of pot, but most of these hippies do smoke pot, but not necessarily all of them. But
one of the things I am really glad with, now that legalization is
city hippies are really entitled, I was going to say.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
And I love them. I love my city hippies. They're my activists. They're the ones that are out there working for it. But their naivete does run to, we're entitled. This shit has gone on so long. We need our piece.
It's one thing I couldn't fucking stand, was before, legalization started actually kicking off and stuff in states, was people who advocated the California system. Yeah. Where pot was in a legal gray area where it's oh, it's medicinal, but
well, remember they had recreation. They had recreational like 4 years ago come up, and it was the goddamn medical pot industry that killed it. Was my,
because they knew,
that's
like,
the story.
hey, we're in the legal gray area, we're going to lose a lot of money, and I hate that system because I'm
Well,
like, because
here's
I'm
another
the kind
thing,
of
like
pothead who's like, I will if we just got federal medical.
But here's the thing. Do you understand there's a big problem, these medical rules? So, for example, with the Maine, so the way it works in Maine, they have the right to do the grow room, but there is no oversight, no medical association or anything. So, you know, if you were to sell if you were to sell cookies,
like vitamins.
If you were to sell cookies, they would come, an inspector could come and would after a while and make sure you had a commercial kitchen and how clean it was. Well, they can't do that. And there's people here that are spraying pesticides on their pot. There's nobody that could check them, and there's no law saying they can't do it. They could spray it right on the buds. That's not healthy, so it kind of ruins it for everybody. But what's going to happen is,
if you do that,
to getting more legitimate, you're going to have to pay the money to have the equivalent of a commercial kitchen. And
you can be a legitimate grower and do the pesticide thing, but you need to make sure, like, okay, I'm going to take the extra 2 to 3 weeks to just pump nothing but pure water into these plants. So that
right, you can be like a regular farmer where if it's not on the buds or it's at this time, right, but there's rules and you can follow it yourself, but in every other industry, so there's a lot of taxes.
Yeah, they're
and
going to cut that corner. They're like,
right, and the more
it's
competition,
right now, we're going to wait 3 weeks.
People will have to cut, the more it becomes a regular capitalist business, the systematics cause people to have to cut those corners. The only way to avoid that is to make some regulations like commercial kitchens about what you can and can't do, or what the organic label has to mean, and all of this kind of stuff. So, you know, that's why that medical industry, you're talking about the gray area. Yeah, it means they're totally unregulated. They liked that gray area. There's a lot of room for profit to keep the prices up at the. You got to keep
that doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, and they kept the prices up in 1980 levels, whereas that's not how much it costs to grow pot when nobody's trying to arrest you. You can have the greenest, best pot in the world for $50 or even $5 an ounce. Sadly, you might have to grow your own in the end because there really isn't a business model for it,
like
except for the labeling and branding.
The black market for weed in Colorado is basically.
I mean, I know people that grow their own pot for themselves. They end up with like 5-10 pounds just with one little grow room they have with normal sunlight and everything like that. How much you suppose that costs? All the manure and the food or whatever. They don't use manure, but $50 plus his labor. So a summer's worth of labor is for $10,000 for one person. So $10,000 for a year's worth of pot for 3 or 5 people, depending, on who you're talking about.
And attention and care you put into it,
how much is every?
Going to be like.
But I'm talking about stuff that comes out, is good.
Even if you don't give a shit, because
but I'm talking. So the good stuff, if you were paying how much it costs to get a farmer to be willing to live that lifestyle, and him to have a living wage, you're still talking about this being not 300 or 500 like these dispensaries here. It's gonna be
again. This
$20.
Is why people should worry with Trump and pot, because Trump is not a good businessman. He probably doesn't see the great business opportunity here.
I don't know. That might be where his playboy nature is going to come on our side.
Maybe he will. Maybe he'll be like, you know what? There's a lot of shit we could do with this pot.
Well, for example, for a teetotaler who's famous for not drinking and doing, though he is drunk sometimes, he says he's not like, he's a very, he's one of the least scary teetotalers that 70-year-olds I can imagine. He doesn't seem super judgmental. Like he goes ahead and gets cocaine for his rich friends, and maybe he doesn't even snort it. I mean, it's like whereas Sessions or these kind of Ted Cruz, they come across as like there's a few deep dark demons in there. Torture the. No tolerance. It's Trump land.
But yeah, again, I've always been like a medical first pothead, where I'm like, I'll be happy to continue using the black market as long as the sick people get their medicine. That's why I hated like the California, where it's like, all you have to do is go into a doctor office and say your arm hurts or something. You just get pot, and I'm like, that's skeezy. That's like tricking a doctor into giving you fucking Oxycontin. I don't want to do that. I'd rather go to a fucking drug dealer than fucking do that shit. Oh, Piro wasn't here. Yeah, just because I'm a degenerate fucking addict, junkie fucking pothead, like, I have scruples. I have my own little moral standards that I'm gonna keep. I'm not gonna bilk a doctor out of fucking medicine. Even if that medicine is pot, like, just something wrong about it. Like, I don't know. Else is talking, so I guess I gotta fill time. I have the chat open. Let me see if I can do that.
Matt, can you not hear me?
Yeah, you were muted.
How? What? Holy shit. Did I just unmute now? Matt, am I still muted?
No, I can hear you now.
Alright.
Well, the chat is having their own discussion. I don't want to interrupt.
Wait, what are they talking about?
The last thing I saw was like, can you give examples of feminists passing laws to make us more androgynous? And it's like, that sounds like a can of worms I don't want to go near. I'm too high.
Matt is very androgynous, though.
I'm like the opposite of androgynous.
No, like, seriously, like,
androgynous.
Shave your beard off, put Matt the
I look like every ugly fat kid for like every 80s movie.
No, shave your beard off. Hey, shave your beard off, like.
Do the truffle shuffle, fatty. Shake your tits. Cause that's all you are.
Exactly. Piece of meat. Exactly. You have breasts, so we can sexually objectify you now.
Yeah, it's funny because you're a boy.
Like, show us your naughty parts. Here we go. Like, dance for our amusement. But what do you think about Donald Trump turning into like a villain from Final Fantasy with like his glass tower and his like army of security surrounding his glass tower?
He's too shitty to be a villain from Final Fantasy, and that's saying something because Final Fantasy has X-Death.
This is true. Well, he's a villain from from Call of Duty. How about that?
X-Death is literally just, as a villain, is literally just like, I'm an evil tree. Now I'm an armor. Now I'm a guy in a suit of armor.
Well, how about Call of Duty? Also, somebody else joined the chat. Let me show you in broadcast. And they left. What is happening? Why do people keep jumping in?
Well, I killed that other guy because he did a mic foul. Sorry.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Well, because that one guy, Bob or whatever, with the voice, and I thought I recognized, and he kicked Mentam, and he didn't even have powers, so what the fuck? The technology is going to be, it's not any good if they can't allow me to control that even at all.
Oh, Joe Chill, that guy? I thought Amendum left on his own.
Oh, maybe he claimed to have kicked him, and then he left.
Yeah.
Like, Joe is...
Yeah, maybe he just scared him off out of anger, and he took credit. I hope that's it.
Yeah, Gary did say he was going to go eat, like, dinner.
Yeah,
I know it is important. I mean, I know it is... I don't know where that came from. I know it is possible for people to come in here and kick everybody with no privileges, nothing. Even I think you have to allow them in the broadcast, though, for that to happen. But if you do that, boom.
I know Joe Chill or whatever his name is, he has some sort of like vendetta against Amendum. He just likes coming in here and riling him up.
You know, I was thinking a little bit about what it is within Manham. I mean, there's various things of why I would still talk to him and stuff, you know, personal and whatnot. But as far as the conversation, the thing is like, as much as Gary will call you an idiot for your ideas, he does actually pay enough attention to kind of have an idea of what you say you're coming from. Then he'll totally mischaracterize it, and you could easily go, he doesn't really get it, and he's just you know. But compared to other people that literally aren't even listening, at least he ends up over the years, you know, he has arguments for things I argued against him years ago. He didn't come to my idea, but he must have taken them into account because now he's got a new argument. To me, it's a bigger house of cards. But that's what I like out of the debate, is that people would keep trying in that. When people are truly, like Gary says, only wanting to convince other people, you know, you see how quickly that wears out, you know, and people rage quit each other, and we're happy when they do.
Yes. I just find it funny that like Joe makes it kind of his business to follow Amendment in here just to harass him. Shit, and I still don't know what Vic said actually, because Infinity never told us. Because apparently he was on Tool Times. Oh wait, no, he did actually, right? Because apparently he like went off about how Tool Time is like a useless liberal or something. Matt, you there?
They should be nervous. They think that they've won, but in elections it is not a game. We didn't just get to the final score. When you win your election, unless you're actually like a campaign worker or something, that's not the end. It's like now he has to make America great again, or the whole thing is going to be very short-lived. And conservatives are like, doesn't matter, yay, we won forever. And so they're going to blow it because they don't realize now they're being watched. And they're just going to think, no, we won, right? We're mandate because we won the rules. No, I'm sorry. Just like next year, another team's going to win the Super Bowl. It's not forever, guy.
Pretty much.
I mean, they think they've won. Like Quintica's telling me he doesn't have to talk to me anymore because he's just on to what is the nature of my emotional delusion. He's done. I mean, they've won history. Wait, and there'll never be feminism again.
He doesn't have to talk to you anymore. What?
Well, he's being polite about it, but he's just like he wants to go on to other things. We've exhausted what we've exhausted, and so now he's going to look into that. You know, what is this psychological affliction that causes us to be, you know, social justice warrior or whatever. He's going to move on because they've accomplished, you know, winning the culture war. Feminism's dead. Nails in the coffin. Social justice warrior. It's over. And so they're going to move on to the next thing. And it's like, well, I mean, I think they might be getting ahead of themselves a little bit.
Especially since, like, she won the popular vote anyway. So, like, what is...
Oh. They're going to ignore that because they live in a fantasy world. And if they can't ignore it, they will. And they're going to wait for reality to smack their candies and flowers at their feet dream on its ass. Which is why we have to be vigilant, because these guys are not going to self-regulate. We can know that. Trump might not be as bad as he seems, but these people in him and the people around him, they're not going to self-regulate. And all the people out in the culture that think that they've won the social justice war now, they're not going to self-regulate. So, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, like we always need to be there. I described the Democratic Party as like the janitor party because every time the Republicans like get into power, they destroy shit. And then a Democratic president has to come in and basically clean everything up. And that's basically what you're going to have here. More of just the same shit. More of the same sort of stupid sort of like policies that don't work. But then again, maybe Donald Trump is different and maybe he does want to create infrastructure and shit. So that's something, I guess. Matt.
Well, he probably thinks infrastructure is like an easy thing to do. He probably thinks he can just wave a wand.
Yeah, basically.
But it might be a good thing. He knows a lot of guys that pour concrete. You know how much the mob could make pouring concrete all over the country. So, but that might actually go in our best interest. Sometimes the interest of these companies, it's like, yeah, we had to pay somebody $1 billion in order to run the project. If it's you, we need the fucking bridges. So that could be positive because, yeah, he thinks it's easy, and it is. You hire engineers, they know how to do it. You spend the money, the people do even the corrupt concrete usually turns out good enough, and boom, you know. So The question though is, can that all go well if we're going to have some sort of a civil war, national, anti-national race war thing going on? You know, if we have civil unrest that makes the 60s look lightweight, can he do that? Or will people actually be killing each other in the streets? Or would we have our roads rebuilt and civil war? I don't know. It's who knows what's going to happen. It's impossible, I think, to guess really.
Like honestly, he's already backing down or like flip flopping on a lot of his like hard line decisions, like the Muslim registry shit. They're not even confirming that anymore. They're just backing down on it.
Say again. Oh yeah. But then some of his crew is out there talking about, well, we did it with the Japanese. So
like,
and then Bannon is like a way wild card of Nazi camps in the secret Colonel North giving arms to our enemies ballpark.
Oh my god! Like, and then Bannon. Yeah, Bannon. I don't know. I'm not that super concerned about Bannon. I know like a lot of people were, but I don't see him as being as big of a threat as like some of the other people that are in power. And honestly, like Donald Trump may just pursue his own interests, like putting up infrastructure and shit like that. I mean, we are gonna have tax cuts and shit, but
the thing is, Bannon doesn't want an extra $1 billion. He might want that, but that's not what seemed to be motivating him. He truly is an ideologue. That's where actual concentration camps and things like that, done in secret, if the public won't go along, comes from. So I think it's an issue. You know, and it's basically a blogger on the right. It's as if Daily Kos, if Marcos Militzis was hired by Hillary or something. I mean, it's like this dank internet thing we were worried about just made it into the White House as a top staff member with no accountability in an office that doesn't exist. That's bad. So this is stuff we just have to watch. And the good thing is, it's not like we here in this room are the only ones. We could all go to sleep and not pay attention. And, you know, this guy has motivated a lot of watching of them. You know, it's like it's not going to go under the radar the way it normally does. I think probably, right? It's going to be because if people bring up even the rumors, it'll get coverage. People will know that it'll pay. There's people out there. Plus, you know, he does have a lot of billionaire enemies. What are they going to do? They must feel like real idiots letting him win. They actually can control and rig elections. And they were off in the fucking south of France thinking Hillary was going to win. And now they're like, what the fuck? I've got to kiss this guy's ass?
Yeah, because a lot of us did. Really, a lot of us thought that Trump was going to lose and that
right.
Hillary
we get to be out here bitching. Those guys actually are going to have to kiss his ass. So some shit's going to go down after they actually have to grovel for a while, right? They're not going to give up forever. We get to keep bitching.
Pretty much, yeah. We don't have to like be subservient to Lord Trump.
Until he destroys the whole economy, I mean, it could still even help us if he gives all these jobs out there. I mean, we could be doing okay. I mean, it's all on them, really, them and the populations of people that might be victimized, like, you know, Muslims. You know, so I'm not saying shaking it off. We're going to have to be active, helping each other, you know, when they come for us one at a time, you know. So, and I think one of those people that's going to get come that one at a time is recreational and medical marijuana. I just don't see how they won't think that's a winner for them. Will it be a winner? I don't know, but I bet they'll try. Right. I think it'll probably be a loser because the people that are really scared of pot are dying off. Everybody else is like minorly for or against it. So I think it'll be a loser, but who knows? I do think that they'll try. The same way Fox went for the above 80 crowd, you know, and made $1 billion a year still doing it. You know, they'll do the same thing. And so I think that'll be bad. I think we might find these recreational marijuana states never see the light of day. These ones that just passed, the, what is it, 4 of them, 3 or 4 of them? I know Maine, Massachusetts, and California. And then, do you guys remember the other 2? Arizona had one and it failed. And then I thought there was 5 total. But
think there's 9 total.
No, I meant 5 that were on the ballot this time, but I could be wrong about that. But what I meant was on this time. And I know those 3 got it. I know it was Massachusetts, California, and Maine. Arizona, I think, had it, and it lost 55 to 45 or whatever type of stuff. And then there was one else where I think it passed, and I forget where that was.
I thought Colorado saw a lot of success from the pot thing.
Yeah, they made a ton of money, for one. The government, everybody, jobs.
Like that right there is actually really that. Like Trump should tap into that. Like hell, he'd even get a lot of the fucking youth.
Well, I think we're in a patronage government where the smart people are going to give Trump a compliment, tell him, here, you can get in on this inside deal about the pot industry, and then he'll be for it. If he can profit from it, he'll be for it, and you'll be, boom, if you work with him and make a deal with him, you're a good guy now. You could be Obama. It doesn't matter.
Honestly, if Trump does positively for the fucking country, that'll play interesting. That'll be interesting for like that'll have interesting social repercussions, right? Because we have a culture that's a certain way right now. If Trump ends up being like a positive and unifying force, that changes a lot of things and perspectives, I think. Or it may change absolutely nothing. Never mind. Let's see. Also, apparently there's some sort of conversation about like people passing androgyny laws or something in the chat. But Matt's too high to get involved, so he kind of ran away. Matt. Yeah, Matt left.
I just saw this interesting former prostitute, on Chris Hedges on Russia TV. I don't really know what to make of it exactly, but it was kind of interesting. She was saying that it's not paying for sex, it's legalized. You're paying to have a sexual assault experience, and that's the difference then from. Yeah, well, and the point is like this: if you had prostitution as we normally have it versus like a sex surrogate or somebody that has sex with disabled people or people that can't get out or can't even get out of their bed, one might be simulating sex and selling it, but that the prostitute thing, from having been a prostitute, and what people want is they want to feel like they're dominating and having sex with somebody that doesn't really want it, that's actually what's being sold, and that's why it's not okay. And I thought that was just an interesting take.
Like, that's such an irrational thing to say, because that's at most probably a small portion of the fucking clientele that a lot of prostitutes have. A lot of them are people who just want to have sex.
Well, that was what she was arguing against. She said when she ran online brothel, for example, she got the question of who's your youngest person a lot, and various things about wanting to have a dominating control feeling, and that basically you're paying someone to let you do whatever you want, that's a part of it. You're not paying an escort to simulate going on a date that ends with sex, and it's more of a simulation of a natural sexual. And so I think you can't just dismiss that theory, and that though I'm still for that being legal and regulated, I think it might tell us what kind of thing we're looking for. I mean, legitimate prostitution would be more like normal sex.
I don't dismiss that theory. There are people who are like that, of course, but that to me, like, with the way it was, or at least the way I understand it, it seems like that's basically a given for pretty much anyone who wants a prostitute and shit, or that's a large majority of the clientele, and I just disagree with that outright. Like, I'm not dismissing that theory. I just don't agree that even speaks to many of the people who order prostitutes. And as far as wanting a younger girl or an attractive girl or something like that, well, a lot of people want to fuck more what they perceive to be.
Well, no, like she was saying, she was saying her story was, which I guess she also admitted some people, disagree that she even had this story, but it seemed like that she was homeless at 15, became a a prostitute, was not sexually abused or anything like that as a child, as it happens, even though that's common, but she was homeless. And so she learned to tell her customers that she was 15, that it made them more excited, that it made it all go quicker because of that. And she's just saying, as she went through her experience as a prostitute and then, doing online brothel stuff, that that continued to be a theme, and that it was a majority. And she admitted that some people might just be lonely, but basically know that the bulk was this other issue. So it isn't just of saying I want somebody pretty or anything, but it's really a part of this that you get to tell them what to do and all that aspect. And I think that the minority might be the other way around, that the minority is like sex surrogates, like this example I always use of somebody that sells sexual experiences. I mean, there's disabled people and stuff that they should have that available to them.
Like,
Everybody should have it available to them, because there's this example of someone who obviously should have it available to them, but that doesn't mean that this prostitution as we know it is okay.
I don't maybe from a moral perspective or your own moral perspective, but I don't even see that being the case. I mean, I don't think you can quantify how many feel that way from either of our positions, honestly. But
if you make it legal, then you should keep this in mind. If you make it legal, we should keep this in mind, and when we regulate it so that we make it real clear. Prostitutes, have a right to say no and this and blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah.
And the prostitutes train each other that are like, if you don't like to do it, just say sorry. Here's your refund.
Prostitutes have always had that option, unless they're threatened, really. They've always, that's the whole point. You hire somebody to have sex with them. You're not forcing them to have sex with them.
According to her, that is because there isn't a market for that. The market is for, if they want to pee on you, let them pee on you.
Well, that's
whether you want to or not. You're here because you want to. No prostitute wants to. We're making you. That's a part of it.
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't want to, some people don't want to work at McDonald's, but they work at McDonald's. It's a job. You're going to do things you don't want to do. The thing here is, though, that you have the option to not do it. You have the option to not pay. You have the option to not accept somebody's money. Short of being threatened or being forced in some other way, you have the option to not take somebody's money and to not fuck them. That is an option you have. You can also dictate how far you would like to go. That is an option. These are options you have as a prostitute. It's not as if this is something you're doing under duress.
But if the working conditions are unacceptable and stuff, I don't see how that makes a difference. I mean, we don't say that, hey, you decided to work for the mining company, so they've got you locked in the company store and your kids have to work 60 hours a week.
Okay.
Sorry, you did it.
Working conditions, you can dictate, as a prostitute, you can just say no. I mean, I'm not really understanding the working conditions argument.
You could say no to anything.
Okay, so then what?
If somebody points a gun at you, give me your money.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense, and that's retarded. I said force, that's someone obviously forcing you and threatening. Yeah, it is. Somebody forcing you at gunpoint. Yeah, it is. Somebody forcing you at gunpoint is different from saying, "Hey, if I pay you $20, will you suck my dick?" There is a stark difference between those two things.
Not if you're $20 short of staying alive.
You can say you can say wage slavery is a thing a lot of fucking jobs go through. A lot of people don't want to work at fucking McDonald's, but they do. But they do work at McDonald's, so then should they not work at McDonald's? Again, this is shit. Wage slavery is shit that happens here now. So I'm not
I think
your argument.
Okay, I believe there should be a minimum wage.
Okay.
At McDonald's.
There's a minimum. Okay, there's a minimum. Okay, you can believe that, but that still doesn't change or really speak to the argument that's being made. I can believe that if you're a cook, you could have to be given a commercial quality kitchen to cook in. All right. Well, again,
I can believe if you are a prostitute and what is being sold is simulated assault, that might be an issue that I want to deal with
Then,
in regulating it.
Okay, that makes, but you can't really do, so you're basically going to regulate how a prostitute chooses to, like, conduct her business?
Yes, we're going to regulate all business.
So, alright, so if we're regulating business, then we're basically saying that prostitution is something that's decided by you? Like, why should you decide how a prostitute wants to, what type of activity?
For the same reason we regulate, because for the same reason we regulate any other part of the economy.
We regulate parts of the economy, but then we're talking about what, somebody being allowed to what? What exactly are you against? Like, when you say sexual
Well, I didn't say
assault.
I was against anything. I said I thought this is an interesting thing.
Well, but then you are against something because you want that act regulated. So what exactly are you regulating?
No, no. I believe all commerce.
What exactly? So what sexual acts are being regulated?
All commerce is
What
is
sexual
regulated.
acts are being regulated then?
All commerce. No sexual acts
assault?
unless they're part. Sexual acts that are not a part of commerce are not being regulated.
What is this simulated sexual assault you're referring to? Like, what is that? What does that even mean?
Here's what I brought up. Okay, well, that's all I was doing was describing what it means. She was saying that in reality, what's being sold is simulated sexual assault. I thought that's an interesting idea that might be true, that people are buying the ability to do whatever you want, which only comes with rape and assault. So, and they might even be buying the idea that the woman doesn't want to do it. So, so I think that's an interesting theory. Because of the nature of that industry, I see how there could be some truth to that. And me, as somebody that believes that sex surrogacy and prostitution in the most broad sense should be legal, in order for it to be legal, we have to acknowledge any problem that it might have.
Simulated assault mean?
In order for restaurants to be legal, we have to have limits on the kind of kitchen.
What does selling simulated assault mean? What does that mean? What does that term refer to?
You realize in order to make having a kitchen's restaurants legal, we might have to create a regulation for what a clean kitchen.
I understand that. Okay, but again, I'm asking, what do you mean by simulated sexual assault? Like, give me an actual definition that I can understand.
Doing something to a person that's only okay because you paid for them. You're simulating something that if it had not been a paid exchange with the contract of some sort would be a sexual assault. It isn't a real one because it's a pretend one.
But then that's having sex in general. If you're a pro and you don't really want to have sex with this person,
I didn't even say that. Excuse me, I didn't even say it should be illegal.
I'm not saying it is.
I said if that's what it is, we should admit that's what it is.
I'm following the argument that I'm trying to follow your argument. But then that goes with anything. If any woman or man who's a prostitute who's like saying, "Yeah, I'll fuck you for money," but they don't want to, that kind of falls under what you're talking about. So that's just any sort of exchange.
Right.
Between,
so exactly.
I believe in a sexual exchange.
I believe in a social system where that's not a job you have to do just because you need to make ends meet.
Then you don't do it. That's it. Then you just don't become a prostitute.
And just don't go work in the mine. And just don't work in the sweatshop. Just don't. It's the poor people's bad decision-making process.
Okay. So are you saying that no one is responsible for their own actions? You aren't saying that. So why are you making this argument that sounds a lot like that?
Because the people that arrange things such that they can get cheap labor in Bangladesh, they're responsible for their actions.
Okay. Well, we are in Bangladesh. And we aren't talking about we aren't talking about that. We're talking about a person who chooses to be a prostitute. And again,
I've already said the point for me is that if this is the nature of prostitution, it's something we should consider. Not that it would be a reason to make it illegal, but I don't even want to go near where we might admit that that's what it's really all about. It's just about lonely guys.
I'm asking you to explain your point and to explain your argument. So
my point is that it sounds like prostitution as an industry, the bulk of it, while I also explain a sex surrogate that has sex for money, for example, because a guy's lonely or because somebody is, disabled and can't go out and pursue sex another way. That's a different thing. But maybe the bulk of actual prostitution is people actually experience it, underneath the bulk of that curve, that it does seem to bear a big resemblance to guys paying to have this dominating experience that really in the real world, without this pretend contract to have a fantasy, would be assault.
Like, okay, so because someone is choosing to have some, but then here's where
In
this
other
sounds
words,
like to
the
me.
woman's letting themselves be degraded.
But here's
Fine.
what this sounds like to me. So we should basically be concerned with women or men who choose to be degraded, basically, or who choose to actively allow themselves to be degraded based on the exchange of
You
funds.
know about prostitution, right? So I'm saying one of the things, if we're people that figure out what's going on with prostitution, this would be one of the things that might be going on with it, and we would know that, and that we would have then an informed decision as a result. That's what I'm saying. What we do when we find out something is depraved in our culture is still up in the air of what we want to do about it.
I don't think so. I don't think we should regulate every particular thing that makes us.
But you keep saying I want to regulate it, and I keep saying that whether we regulate it or not is separate.
Okay, all right, that's fine, and that may be your point. I'm saying
my point that it is going to be regulated if it's legal commerce is because all legal commerce is regulated.
Okay, that's fine. I'm asking you what in particular you're talking about when we should regulate it.
I'm saying, hey, what if this is true? What if that really is the gist of most prostitution? What do you think that means about most prostitution? What do you think we would do about that? I believe we can educate people about that. And if it became, for example, well known, then people would maybe think twice about if they wanted to be the person, if that's what they're really, wanted to simulate or not.
I think we should give people the right to actually choose their own destinies and do what they will with their own bodies to some degree. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous to say.
I said I thought it should be legal, and I've used the sex surrogate example of people that obviously have that right, and I think it applies to everybody. But if it's unhealthy right now, then the only way it can be just let to go on its own and legal is solving that. And if it's an attitude.
If we legalize it, we're going to have some, like you said, we're going to regulate it, and there are going to be places for men and women to go when they do feel threatened or otherwise in a bad position. Like, one of the problems with prostitution is that it's illegal, and people are afraid to go to the police or any other place if they're being threatened by a John. If we legalize something, it's going to have protections put into place. I mean, that's kind of the nature of a business, like you said.
So the issue is this really a factor in prostitution, and is it the majority of it or not?
I don't think we can say. There are a lot of people who are prostitutes who probably only do this because it gets them by, or it's an ends to the means. But whether or not people are paying for simulated rape, sure, some people are, of course. But honestly, a lot of them probably are also looking for sex. And honestly, it really doesn't matter. It's up to the woman or the man what they choose to do with their time and their bodies. I don't really see why this. Like I said, I don't really see the moral implication.
So people that were worked basically to death in the coal mines over the last, century and a half.
All right.
It all applies to them as well. There's nothing to do about that. They're just in a voluntary arrangement. Their kids were also working themselves to death, but that's voluntary.
You know what? Like I said before, if we legalize prostitution, as you said, it's going to have some regulations. However, prostitution is a lot different than mining than a coal mine. So there are, for one thing, being in a coal mine, why it's so dangerous is because you're in an environment that poisons you. People who fuck prostitutes typically don't run into poisonous areas to go fuck their jobs.
Well, I don't know. I think what I'm bringing up is a poisonous, dysfunctional mental attitude, and that working in that environment might be poisoning our culture.
It might be. It's poisoning to our culture.
What do you mean? It's
And what I think society should or shouldn't do about any of these industries is a matter for debate in this society, because we regulate the society. So that's not up for debate whether it's going to be regulated. Just what the regulation is up for debate.
And that's fine. I can agree with that. I agree with that position.
It's just like, I mean, what do you think is going to happen to football? They're learning about, I love football. I think it's a huge cultural loss if we lose football, but already parents aren't sending their kids off to the football because they're starting to know about this. It tears you up if you're a success at it, and you could get torn up in college. So we might lose football because we won't figure out a way to regulate it that doesn't obviously show that we're destroying these people and these kids and the kids that hurt themselves in high school and stuff. And why is it worth the risk? I'm sorry, we're going to have to face the reality of what causes what, and if we lose a sport, that'll be the way it is.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, good.
I can hear you. Again, like, it's going to be legalized, so yeah, there are going to be some sort of things put into place.
I'm saying if it's going to be legal, this stuff, then we can't ignore these issues. Only by facing those kinds of issues can we make it legal. If we're going to make football stay legal, even though you get fucked over by it, we're going to have to acknowledge that those people need medical care, and they can't just be left out in the cold. We will have to acknowledge it.
But if
people are doing simulated rape, and maybe Quintika's right, and that's okay because everybody's doing that. We're just trying to work out our biological pressures. Everybody wants it. So then fine, we're going to have to admit it, and then we'll take care of it. We'll figure out how to say, well, you know, that's why you get paid so well. And maybe everybody gets paid that well. And if it happens to you in college, you're on a pension. Maybe we'll have to do those things. Maybe the people that make billions of dollars off of these things will have to fund solutions.
If someone is in a position where
if a prostitute gets PTSD, maybe the person place she was working might have to cover that in their medical.
That would be one of the perks to legalizing prostitution. Yes.
But if there is no relationship between the rape fantasy and that and blah blah blah, then why should we? Yeah. So we have to look at it. It's not that it doesn't matter.
You're the one who brought up PTSD, and I'm saying if someone gets PTSD, yes, I imagine it would be covered. So yes.
Not if we don't have health insurance. Not if we don't have health insurance. Not if we don't. Not if we can't. Not if it's stupid to even look at the question.
Why wouldn't we have health insurance? And it's stupid to look at the question. It's stupid to look at the question because
you said it was a stupid question because because what you're saying is nonsense.
How is it nonsense? Explain how
it's nonsense.
Explain how it's nonsense.
To even look at the question because it's just a mutual contract with the prostitute. And then I'm saying, but if you're going to make a link of the PTSD and the insurance company has to pay. I'm finishing.
Because it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
You are going to pay.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. You're going to have to establish that there's a link between PTSD.
You're the one who brought up PTSD.
Holy fuck. Yes, I'm still talking about PTSD.
Then stop putting words and positions in my mouth.
Not in your mouth.
That's bullshit. You always do that.
If I am going to, if a woman is going to get a medical insurance claim because of the PTSD, then we would have to know that the PTSD was related to the work. And to know that, we might have to know how many of a percentage through psychological studies of those guys were acting out legalized rape fantasies that affected her psychology. And so she makes her claim. And if it's stupid to even look at the link, then we can't ever do that. And that's why I will look at the link.
Here's the thing. You're the one who brought up PTSD.
I know. I'm still bringing it up. It's a part of my point.
So stop associating it with my point, because that was never my fucking point. You were. Not only that. Hold on. Not only that, but your fucking stupid ass also tried to you're being a fucking asshole.
Stupid.
You're being a fucking asshole.
Clear you are stupid. How could you be saying that still? Okay.
You're a fucking asshole.
I don't think you're stupid. I think your point is totally stupid, though. But
that's fine.
No, but let me clarify. You seem to have misunderstood when I was saying you. No, I'm saying for it to be legal, we might need to make claims like this. We wouldn't want to know all the links. We can't say that. football causes these mental injuries unless we look into it. If we're saying, hey, it doesn't matter, those football players get $1 million and they choose to do it, so it doesn't matter what happens to them. No, it does matter what happens to you, even though you chose to do it. So that's why we go ahead and look into it. And the PTSD is because I think that's realistic. I think that if it's true, it might not be true. I'm not saying I know. I thought this was an interesting theory. But if it's true that the bulk of that is a simulated assault kind of situation, then that might take a toll on certain people doing it.
You know what? It might. There are lots of reasons.
So let's find out.
There are lots of reasons and ways somebody might have PTSD.
Well, how's it stupid to find out then?
From being a prostitute. What I'm saying is it's stupid to say that would be the majority of a person's experience. We don't know that because we can't quantify.
I thought you were saying it was stupid to find out.
No,
you were saying it was stupid to even ask the question.
No, what I'm saying is it's stupid to assume that the majority of people's reasons for hiring a prostitute are for simulated assault.
Well, I'm not. I just admitted I don't even know if it's true.
That is my position.
Well, my position with regard to that is that I just said, and I've been saying the whole time, I don't even know. I find it an interesting theory. And the woman that was giving the theory wasn't assuming it. She was saying, from my experience as a prostitute, this is what I figured out. This is the experience I had when my revelation was, oh, this is what we're really selling. I became a good salesman, and here's what I sold. The principle I sold on, my marketing was, and it worked. So I think I have insight. So it wasn't merely assumed. On the other hand, she also admitted some people say she never even was a prostitute, blah, 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 and she's just this anti-sex propaganda. So, you know, I don't know. I'm putting all sides of it out there. But there was a ring of truth that I think, no, it's not some little minority. A lot of this, from even my anecdotal experience of the kind of guys you run into that have been to prostitutes and you find out about it, there was stuff like this.
And I'm saying that we can't quantify either way. So, like, you can't quantify either position.
It's impossible to quantify?
I think it is impossible to quantify what the thoughts of every John who's ever ordered a fucking prostitute.
Well, you wouldn't have to do it for everyone. There's a million ways to do that in psychological.
There are millions of ways to do it, but if we're going to say that that's who's mostly doing this, then yes, I'd say it's
saying we should find out.
All right,
then we can find out what the ratio is. Yeah.
All right, then we can find out the ratio. I'm fine with that too. I don't really have an issue with that position.
Yeah, but also what I noticed, you seem resistant because you're protecting, and I'm sympathetic to this because my position is protecting the people's libertarian right to do this, and we'll figure out. But the thing is, we haven't really talked about what, you know. Well, I guess you did. You said you don't think that's the case. You think that's a minority. She's wrong. That would.
I don't know. My position is that I don't fucking know. Do I think it's a minority personally? Sure, but you know what? I can't prove that it is. I don't have the ability to prove that it is a minority. It might be more. I don't know. I just don't think.
Even she didn't claim a proof of it, because even her firsthand experience is still anecdotal. And if she was marketing that way, then of course she got the market that was that way.
Like I just said, that I can't fucking prove that. I can't even prove my own position.
Yeah, so, I'm agreeing with you. Me too. And she didn't even try to say that she could. And to the degree that if she was marketing to that market, of course she saw a lot of Johns that were from that market. So, but it's an interesting theory, and that was mainly my point. So I mean, I think we're agreeing on that, and you have your doubts, and I also have my doubts. But if I had to make my guess, it sounded to me like, yeah, I could imagine that that's the bulk of it. But maybe my anecdotal evidence, or not evidence, but my anecdotal experiences lead towards that. Like the one person I know that's been caught with a bunch of prostitutes here and there through the life, also is a person that on his computer, if you go to the computer and start typing a search, it's like, you know, rape porn, gang rape, you know, just black. And so, you know, maybe that has, accept. You know.
I mean, here's like that. Like, I'm fine with anecdotal evidence. It's just like I'm somewhat leery. Like, I have my own doubts because a lot of my exes were had hardcore gang rape fantasies, and they were all women. So,
fair enough.
Like a person, yeah. But like I said, my bad for being an asshole and calling you stupid. That's my bad.
No, I'd called you stupid already. That's okay. But thanks. Me too. I don't think you're stupid. But I think it's good if we dug down to that, because I think it's a sensitive thing, and and that we can answer. I think in general that we have to do it with every single thing. Like football's a good example because I actually like football. I think it's both physical and mental, like chess, and the coach has a special role that in other sports he doesn't have, and or she.
It's just,
But we are going to lose it because what's coming out about how unhealthy it is. So what are we going to do about that? We can't probably make it more healthy. There might be ways, like take padding away rather than more padding. But if we're going to keep playing it and it's not quite healthy, I want to do that. Let's figure that out. How could we do that? Is there a way that we
I
get?
think football can. They're making strides towards making it more where these head injuries aren't so prominent. I don't think they can totally take it away, but they can lessen the risk.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm of the opinion
well,
that
any sport that you play, you're taking a risk with your health. I mean,
there is some risk involved in oneself. I don't really see that. Like, I mean, I don't really see that as an issue, to be honest. But I do think we should make it as safe as possible. But there is some risk involved in the sport.
the thing is that the mentality of football for a long period of time was this ultra macho, ridiculous, shake it off, walk it off, all that stuff. They wouldn't even let them have water.
Okay, wait. Piro, I have got to ask you this. Have you seen the it's like this women's football and they're in lingerie and they beat the shit out of each other. It's like,
I haven't watched any of it.
It's basically it's women in, I guess, they're in lingerie, but they're also in some armor. And like, if you basically were to swap the genders around, it would be just like any other game of football. Only they're much more aggressive, and they actually get in fights with each other. They get in fights with the coach. They they get in fights with the coach. They trash talk like.
That there is a segue back to the men's football thing with the less armor. The thing is, I think one way to save it is go back to less armor, because then use guys' natural ability to not want to kill each other, like Australian football. Just like here's I might have said this before, but it's, for example, traditional boxing with pillows on your face turns out is worse for you when you get older. Pillars on your hand, pumping the guy slowly into a slow concussion. UFC is actually better for guys' health. They might get a few broken fingers and arms, but their body's still going to work better when they're 70 and 80 compared to getting hit in the head for 4 hours slowly. So I think, because I don't see what kind of helmet. They might change the rules, but if you change the rules too much, then you're going to get rid of the brutal part of football that you want to keep, right? I want to keep that part of football. I mean, part of it is, hey, there's a risk. If NCAA players that get seriously injured weren't left out in the cold to be homeless, more or less, and we had a proper safety net, then we could go, hey, it was only 1 in 100,000. We know this. We're willing to take this risk because at least those people don't get shit on after they lose at the game of risk, And so that's a solution that I'm for. And I'm libertarian. I believe people should be able to, jump out of airplanes without a parachute on their, and try it the first time, their wing or whatever. So I don't want to lose that, but we have to mitigate these things, because like in the case of football, it looks pretty bad. We've thought this for years, but those guys look pretty old and they're just 60. And now that we're all having a lot of 100-year-old people, we're noticing, Jesus Christ,
Well, Earl Campbell,
are in pain.
Earl Campbell, he had suffered great, he had a lot of problems, or he has a lot of problems in his older age as a result of playing football. Now, some of that was congenital, and the football just made it worse. But when they asked him, well, would you, and he was if you don't know, he was a brutal running back.
Yeah,
he would just destroy tacklers, just run right through them. He was phenomenal. So when they asked him, well, was it all worth it? He said, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and no, and he wasn't even paid that well though back those days, probably, right?
Well, he did all right.
But we're talking these $50 million a year things. A lot of those guys would say, oh yeah, back in the days in the 50s when they were getting $20,000-$30,000 a year kind of equivalent.
This was the 80s, so by that time they were doing pretty well.
The real sad stories are these kids in the NCAA that don't even get their scholarship. They get hurt, they get kicked out of they can't be on the team, and they even lose their scholarship. There's like no safety net.
There should be some sort of health plan for
because then you could say you took a risk, but there has to be a safety net for the risk. It's like when
I think that's how you pay the players. They're talking about paying the college players. You don't give them a salary,
and if you
give them a health plan for life.
Yeah, I think they should pay them too, but it's a separate thing. What the part I'm talking about right now is just that insurance. Or like here's the good example. I don't know if this is California, well known because it's the Golden Gate was the first bridge, or at least that I know of, that they put nets underneath the bridge, right? Because every big bridge you'd lose dozens of men, right? It's just, and it's like we got to build it. It's the risk. You hold on, and people would go, he made a mistake, or it was a gust of wind, whatever. It's a risk. They put nets below. And they caught, and they had like almost no fatalities. It went down by like 80% or something. Don't quote me on the number. Look it up. It's there's a true story, but whatever the number was. But it was a crazy, like basically they just lost a couple of guys. And that's basically an approach we have to take. We can't just go, well, it was a risk. We have to also go, well, for this kind of risk, what's the escape hatch? Is there as simple as putting a couple of cheap nets underneath our rigging? And we do those things. And so, it might mean that, you break your back and now you're quadriplegic. At least you live in a country that has the American with Disabilities Act, so you can still get out and about and go to the mall. And luckily you've got free re-education in our public free, tuition-free colleges. And, that mitigates it for me. That's my idea of progressive libertarianism. You have all that, you have full information on people, and then people can take their own risks. Though as a conclusion, we just get back down to what about parents that put their kids in these programs and decide for them before they can decide for themselves. But anyway, that's a separate can of worms. I mean, I do think that my ideal solution is that let people take all these risks, make sure everybody knows the risks, and
that's the key problem. That was the problem with the NFL, was they were not being forthright with the risks.
No. We thought the NFL was a bunch of wimps back then because it was only 15, 20 years before the guys had leather, not even helmets, whatever you call those leather things, right? So they had almost no pads, and they were the tough guys, and these guys had all the pads. But I think we learned actually this rule of boxing where it made it more damaging to have the padding, and so you...
Right, but you got to understand there's a reason why they implemented more and more.
Yeah, because you have real spectacular. Without it, you could have a death on the field. So we traded having a death on the field for everybody getting sick. I think that's a good trade, but it's still like, we didn't realize. There was
a huge risk of death. Yeah.
Yeah, no, death and more broken bones and the kind of thing, that would take you out. But you wouldn't be aching the way they say, who is that guy from the Steelers? Well, still on TV. Anyway, they say he has a real problem.
Football hasn't had a death in decades. I mean, I don't even know the last time. When was it? It had to be like in the 20s or something.
Yeah.
And that's because of implementing padding and helmets and things like that.
The problem just went to this other kind of thing. So where do you go now is the thing.
That's crazy. I keep getting disconnected.
What happened to my window?
Sorry.
How did you guys get on the whole prostitution thing anyway?
I saw a thing. Chris Hedges has a show on RT, and he just had this guest of this woman who has a movement/book and was a former prostitute, and she was saying her theory is that prostitution as we know it, the bulk of it, is a legalized sexual assault experience. Basically, that's what the Disneyland of prostitution.
Legalized.
It's not about lonely guys. It's not. well, where it's legalized, you know,
Okay.
not necessarily legal, but I mean, even when it's legal, even when it's high priced in a high priced hotel, it's not any more
Or
glamorous,
like a
really.
brothel or something.
Because she's saying the bulk of that is a legalized assault is really what it's about, and it's not. She didn't deny that it couldn't be lonely guys, and I keep using the example of sex surrogates because for a long time I always thought an edge case that proves is like sex surrogates for disabled people that can't even leave their house, you know, but there's prostitutes that would actually lovingly provide this service willingly and in all senses liberal goodness, right? And so she's saying that's not what's really going on in any bulk of the thing. It's not just lonely hearts. It's what I said already. And so that's her theory. And she was a prostitute and she has reasons why. And then partly it was because she marketed this kind of stuff, this angle, and did well in, you know, in prostitution with it. So she believes it. And but maybe that's just because she marketed to that side of it. Who knows? So
how do you
anyway.
how do you label something an assault when it's completely
Suck my cock, you
voluntary?
bitch. Suck my cock and lick my balls, and now I'm going to pee on you. If that's what's going on, they're simulating one kind of experience.
mean-
Whereas if it's an escort thing and the guy's like, I don't want to go back to my room. I want to go to a play
Well,
and then
and
a
it's,
restaurant. And you pretend to be my girlfriend, then that would be different. That would be.
simulating an assault is not an assault.
Yeah.
We didn't say it was an assault.
Well, then I'm trying to understand what
You
was the
understand that
point.
simulating an assault would not be an assault, but you don't know what simulating an assault would be.
Okay.
guess.
I would say one thing about
So emotional. This is why I brought it up. See how it triggers, and we're all more or less in the similar.
I'm getting triggered right now.
It triggers a lot of like, what the fuck do you mean? And you know, it's like, well, that doesn't mean.
Oh,
it
come
shouldn't
on!
be
I
legal.
didn't have that type of reaction.
No, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying, look, this is a good topic because there's a lot of meaning to it. There's a lot actually to think about.
Here's my thing too. I would like to add, like, suck my dick, you bitch. And like, I guess that could be a part of a particular experience, but then I don't know if, like, I'm kind of on the same boat as Infinity. But no,
Well, think about it this
I
way.
mean,
Let's
we
say
can
that's something
talk about.
Right? The girl might say, do that. Okay, but that's different because if you're not getting paid, then we really know what the consent's all about. As soon as you are getting paid, it's like, well, I grew up in Compton. It's okay if you give me brain damage. I just need to get out of this place. These are not fair decisions. And even if we let people make them, which I do believe letting people make them, we need full awareness about what they are, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, I agree. I agree, but the thing is, though, right? Like, again, you do have the ability as a pro to set boundaries as to what you will and will not do.
Right. But,
like some pros will only suck your dick.
Right. Well, this woman said that too, and she actually said, "I preferred street, you know, being in the street and doing it in a guy's car and stuff because you have more control and stuff. As soon as you close a hotel room door, you know, and that was the problem with the internet." But here's the thing too. Think of what about this way? Let's say it's totally legitimized. You can choose that, and there might not even be a stigma, except for obviously everybody will have their individual ideas. It's just a career you can do. If a young person, male or female for that matter, I was going to say young girl, but is deciding to do it, they might want to know when you're young and you don't have the experience and you're going, I want to be a pilot because they think it's this, but it'd really be something else. They need to know, wait, is this about lonely hearts? And I, a very sexual person, gets to share, I get to be functional with my own potential sex addiction because I'm helping these lonely guys. And I kind of like, oh, we'll do that. Or I'm selling myself as like to a Disneyland to rape fantasists.
Okay.
And maybe that's okay too. Quintica says that's natural. And I think to a certain degree, I mean, it's out there and maybe it's a catharsis. So those guys don't go really rape. That could be okay too, but they should know which it is.
Okay, here's kind of how I guess I saw it, right? Then this is probably why we had the argument we had, right? When you say lonely hearts, it kind of gives me the idea that there's a particular method of behavior that we're supposed to employ when we hire a prostitute or a pro in order for it not to be, I guess, qualified as simulated
this is the part that gets me
sexual assault.
This is the part that gets me irate because I am very specifically saying I'm not saying how you should act with the prostitute. We're trying to find out of the people that go to prostitutes, how are they acting? What is their motivation? Is it mostly lonely hearts, which I mean is a sympathetic thing? Like I think people wouldn't be so sexually frustrated if prostitution's legal. It's one of the things for it. We should encourage people to go to prostitutes for that reason. And maybe if they have rape fantasies, they should be encouraged to go to the prostitutes that are okay with that to work that out too. Maybe it should all be encouraged, but we should know which is which. I'm not saying we should tell them not to have that approach. I'm saying this woman said that if you did a study of why the guys are really doing it, I was there and I'm telling you it's this. She could be right, she could be wrong. And if she's right, very interesting. And it has a ring of rightness. I think a lot of what you hear about guys talking about prostitutes or representation in the media or anything, it's a lot of that domination is the part of it.
Yeah, but we have but that's
not escorts that go out on a date with you.
That's also partially because the society has a negative impression of prostitution and an even more negative impression of Johns. We have negative impressions of these two types of people, and we have a very negative impression of Johns. So Johns.
What do you think? You know this trope of a guy that's going to a prostitute, doesn't want to have sex, just wants to cuddle. It comes up a lot.
I know.
What is that about? Is that sympathetic in our culture, or is he a cuck, or is it sympathetic and cuck, or both?
I think it's seen as like sad because somebody is so
It's sweet though. It's sweet, but it's sad. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah,
I think it's seen as sad, but I wasn't I didn't mean to imply that that's what that you were talking about.
I don't see how that's any more sad than a guy that just is trying to have sex. I mean,
I don't think it's sad at all. I don't think there's any problem. Here's what I believe. My statement is I think sex surrogacy should totally be legal. What's the difference between that and prostitution? I don't know. That's what I want to explore. But I mean, the sex surrogacy side of, hey, I can't find somebody to have sex with me, but there's these people that'll do it if I just pay them. And it's that should be legal.
Well, should we be thinking about this from... Should we be thinking about this from the standpoint of what's better for women? Or should we be thinking about this from what's better for men? Or should we be just thinking about in terms of general society?
The prostitute should run it, and we have to remember, prostitution, I think, well, we don't have to remember. I think prostitution comes from slave prostitution, slave rings. And that's still happening in the world now. And if the women that are doing it, like in Nevada, totally voluntarily and legally, if they're still working in an industry that's shaped from the kind of slave part, then yeah, that could be rape-oriented and perpetuating that. Whereas there's another model of sex surrogacy, whatever it is, that is healthy and will perpetuate people just not having to be sexually frustrated. I mean, that's the one we want to go for.
Well, I think generally that's kind of the impression a lot of people have, is that like you do prostitution simply because, from the sex slavery position. I don't think a lot of people can even process that someone would be a prostitute willingly, or would willingly put themselves out there like that, man or female. I guess there are quite a female prostitutes.
But why is that? Because that seems so unfair in itself. Because I mean, we don't have trouble knowing that guys wanted to be in the coal mine. Hell, they voted for Trump so they could get back in the coal mine.
There are people there. We still have coal mines.
We know that
coal mines. I didn't even know we still had functional coal mines.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, we're big on coal. America's great on coal.
I thought,
And again, I'm fine with that. I can see how if you're paid well enough to send your kid to college, I could see how being down in a coal mine could be a job a guy could get into. It's kind of, there's a neat thing. If you're not also, if you're cancer, if you get to go to the hospital when you get sick, I mean, I think Americans want to do crazy ass jobs like that. We just need to. Anyway, I'm just going over again.
You're spending 8 hours in total fucking hell, is what a coal mine is.
I thought we shut down coal mine. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking.
No.
But that's the whole thing. There's still a struggle about what's left in West Virginia and stuff.
Why do you think Trump was like going to all these?
I'm taking a break.
Yeah, why do you think Trump was going to all these coal states and saying, "Hey, we're going to bring back your jobs"?
Like, I had a completely different idea of how we did coal now. I thought okay, like I said, I'm being retarded. Sorry about that.
No, there are still men that go down, and it's very different than it used to be back in like the 40s or 50s. But yeah, it's you still have men that have to go down in the mines. That's why occasionally you'll have accidents that happen, and you hear these stories of men being trapped.
Yeah, that was really fucking ignorant of me. Yeah, Bulbasaur is actually right for me to be like, yeah, that was really ignorant of me, Bulbasaur.
But it is on the way out. Coal is on the way out, and one of the reasons is because we've already burned through all the good stuff. There's not just one type of coal. There's like 3 or 4 different types, and they have different energy densities. And what we're into now is I don't want to say, I think I know the name, but I don't want to say it because I might be wrong. But we're into the less dense in terms of energy coal now, and it's being pushed out of the marketplace primarily. Now you also have the EPA that's pushing back against coal and doesn't want any new coal mines coming up. It doesn't want any new coal fire plants coming up, and so they're creating regulations and rules and all that sort of thing that essentially push them out. So with Trump, you might see that back off a bit and eliminate these EPA rules, which will allow the coal fire plants that are in existence to continue forth. Whether they are able to create new coal fire plants, I'm doubting, just because of the market incentive, which is going to be towards natural gas and not coal fire.
Oh shit. Thanks. Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. But yeah, Bulbasaur is right. I was really fucking ignorant about that shit.
Oh, you're looking at YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't been looking at that.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, Bulbasaur was like, yeah, Kellens is really ignorant. I'm like, yeah, I was actually being really fucking ignorant about the coal thing. Holy shit.
Are you a little bit surprised that we haven't been maybe at least a little bit attacked by some Trumpers at this point?
Actually, a little bit, yeah, because like we're all pretty anti-Trump, so I'm actually surprised we haven't really gotten hit by any of them.
I mean, it seems like some of these guys, that even some of the older guys that used to come in here, and we're sort of, I can't say for sure, but we're probably on the Trump end of things. I'm surprised they're not coming in here and gloating and
saying Trump wins, fuck you liberals,
yeah.
And then leaving.
Yeah. Well, at least something, you know.
Yeah, because you would assume we'd have something like that happen. Instead, no. Like, the only thing I've seen. Yeah, you're actually like Bulbasaur said. Kellens is probably a city boy who hasn't been out in rural America. Yeah, and no, like I live in deep south and shit. But yeah, I don't know if that. Yeah, I really haven't been out to where a lot of coal mines and shit would be.
Okay, so I'm seeing he actually lists he does a good job, I guess, of listing the different versions of coal. Yeah, the different types of coal.
Like open pit surface mining out in the western states.
Yeah, so we're basically done with anthracite, and we're just getting into the crappy stuff now.
Alright, because we're having issues. I mean, we're basically getting as much fucking oil as we can now anyway, and just digging and digging and digging more.
Well, the oil situation is funny because the fracking thing and everything that our politicians have been promoting so much is questionable at this point, because it seems to me that the people that have the good stuff still, that's so easy to pump out of the ground, the Saudis in particular, still have control of the market, and that's what they're doing, and they're trying to control prices to the point of pushing these guys out of the market, and I think they probably will do so to the point where the type of investment that we saw previously in the last, say, 5 to 10 years for the tight oil explorations and the tight oil projects, you're not going to see that same type of investment going forward, because they'll know that at any point they could lose their ass, because the Saudis will just control that situation with oil production.
Like, that's why we need to do what did that one guy say? We need to use water as like a fuel source.
Yeah, we need to just have water burning fuels, and that's all we need to worry about.
And that you can turn it into, like, you can turn water into a fuel source. Like, you get plants, and those plants convert the water into fuel.
Yeah, I was wondering if that guy was going to come back. He never came back. But
I kind of wish he did, because that was funny.
That was funny. So look at this video where the guy's putting water in the car and there's fire coming out.
Yeah, and then he lights the water on fire, and they killed him because they knew he knew too much. And then we were like, then wouldn't they kill you because you're saying this? No, that's why I don't say anything about it, because I don't want to get killed either. I'm like,
yeah.
I've said
the big conspiracy, the oil conspiracy is going to come to get you if you say anything about this stuff.
But yeah, I totally want to get fucking Vic back in here now, especially since Trump is in the White House. Like, holy shit.
I don't know if I want Vic back in here, to be honest.
Really? That's interesting. Expand on that. I'm actually kind of curious.
Because just the fact that Trump is president and he's a Trumper, I will not have any mercy at all upon him. It will be ugly. I was already very upset with him on many points, and the fact that he helped this stupidity along is not going to help things.
Yeah, it's weird because Vic has some positions that he believes in climate change and shit, and then he goes to these really weird positions like being pro-Trump and shit. It's
that's the cognitive dissonance. You can't possibly think that climate change is a problem and vote for Trump. I mean, you just can't do that.
But then, but that's weird though, because the majority of white women, a large majority of white women voted for fucking Trump. I think they were his biggest supporters, actually.
And apparently they don't have a problem with misogyny and this whole, what is termed as locker room talk, which no one ever said that in any locker room I was ever in.
Seriously, what locker rooms do you hang out in where people talk about grabbing someone by their pussy?
I mean, yeah, I know that you have, oh, she has a great pair of tits,
That's the most. Yeah, exactly. That's the most I've heard is someone being like, oh, she has nice tits. Not you know what? I grab them by the pussy and then I tell my friends to smell my fingers. What the fuck?
I will admit to hearing certain things sometimes about women and about other races and that sort of thing where I kept my mouth shut and didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's about the most extreme that I've seen is you hear some questionable shit, not about sex. Not so much
but I've never heard that.
Yeah, not sexual assault.
You kiss them and grab them by the pussy and do whatever you want.
If you're famous, you can do whatever you want. No, you can't. You can't just go and grab someone by their fucking vagina.
Yeah, so that was new for me. Calling that locker room talk was an excuse. It was a crappy excuse. Apparently all those women bought it and they just thought, well, you know what? That's just how men are.
No,
that's just how they talk.
It's not, and I don't really want to be.
They don't really mean it.
Yeah, I really don't want chicks to think, oh, hey, that's the guy. He's gonna grab me by my vagina if I'm not careful. See, that's the type of shit I can't stand with Trump supporters. Like, Jesus Christ.
So what's going on in the chat right now?
Let me see. They're having a conversation about gender, I think. I'm asking you, this is interesting. I'm asking you to prove that biological difference leads to career choice, which is your position.
Oh, it's this thing about this feminism thing.
No, okay, let me see. There are biases that we have that can determine that. No, that's sociological. I know somebody, I think it was, who said that? There are gender differences that kind of decide on your career choice. Let me see.
Hello.
Maybe, here we go. Welcome back. Bulbasaur said maybe there's a correlation between one's biological sex and what career one decides to choose. And then capitalism is in private hierarchies. Like, this is a really...
Well, I would find that surprising if that were the case. I mean, I don't know of any studies which show that show that there's any sort of biological influence into.
But even if there was, what about the wings of the bell curve, where even if most people, professional cooks,
right, but that doesn't matter, Piero, because they're trying to explain the discrepancy.
And your evidence for it is,
that's a good point.
And your evidence for it is by observing sociological phenomena. I guess that's what determines what your career choice is. If you're
the thing is, this argument about the natural thing is just like, I mean, I think I've killed that. I'm going to pull a Gary and say I killed that with the malaria is natural.
Like,
it doesn't mean I have to be for it.
This is a really big conversation.
Well, that's basically the naturalistic fallacy.
Right.
I would say that the biology does influence what you gravitate to.
It's kind of funny for me because I am sort of a country nature hippie boy of like, I do believe in looking to nature for how things work. Like what's an organic system? Well, if you look at a forest with all of the death and destruction, it's like, wow, it's beautifully balanced. So that's like my standpoint. But on the other hand, nature is beyond good and evil. And when you're talking about what you want to let pass and what you don't, it's like, well, that's not what we mean. We don't mean the hurricane destroyed your house, so you should starve. It's like we can build a stronger house. That's okay.
Since I don't have that, you would get rid of everything that makes this self-evident. Since I can't show genetic determinism, you would claim that genetics is not a factor. It's impossible to prove genetic determinism.
It just doesn't matter, right? Because you could tell if somebody is a good doctor without seeing what the statistics are for their particular race on you know what I mean? It's like if whites make really good actors, that's still not the best way to tell, you know, who should be an actor. Like, you could just have them act. See.
Let's see. Should the government enact some type of affirmative action type plan to equalize the gender disparity in the STEM fields? This is a big ass conversation.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't. I think what we do is we eliminate. No, you don't make a law to force quotas or something. What you do, if you can eliminate the bias that people have, then the individuals that are good at the things will get a chance to actually do them. And you don't need to make a law. You just teach people not to be biased against women doctors. And 100 years later, people are used to women doctors. Problem solved. You don't need quotas, right?
Okay.
So that's the idea.
Behavioral divergence is behavioral divergence is an important sociological trait. It's propped up by misguided biases. And, my name. Since we are distinct, we use those distinctions to our advantage. Maybe they're simply biases and not at all misguided. This is really... Well,
if they're biases, why would they not be misguided?
Oh, shit. Somebody jumped in here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me There we go. Someone was in here and I didn't know they were. I'm sorry, person who jumped in. Let's see. I was kind of wrapped up in this conversation they're having. Also, you can unmute yourself, by the way. Okay. Like, I was kind of wrapped up in this conversation they're having. Oh, okay. Celestial Buffalo was like exactly infinity. So, yeah. Like, this conversation is interesting because it's more or less about do our genetics have some. Do our genetics predetermine what we, I guess, do in terms of career and how we like act and shit?
I'm not sure what the response to me means. I'm questioning the idea. Maybe they are simply biases and not at all misguided. I don't know what that means.
Okay. The broadcasting licenses under FCC about to become a lot more diverse. Irish, French, German, Asian, Black, etc. Okay, that was somebody. I don't know what that means.
That seems really random.
All right, somebody named Boca just joined us. Hello, Boca. All right, you have anything you want to add to the conversation, or are you good?
Not really. I'm just listening.
All right. Like, Firo, you have anything you want to bring up?
No, not particularly at the moment.
Really?
But I mean, I don't want to kill the conversation either. Like, no, I'm interested in it. I think it's
So, Celestial Buffalo
question.
says you need to study what is that? Cryptography to converse with my name. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So he kind of speaks with
like, I don't even like. I guess you have to study cryptography.
He's been discussing this with me in comments, so I mean, maybe some background. Not that I want to explain, but for him, you could explain for himself. But he's been talking about, you can't get rid of bias, and I was pointing out, yeah, you have systematic bias, and mostly what you can do is know about it, and you can balance it out. But once you balance it out, we usually don't call that bias. It's just the weight of the flywheel. It's balanced. It spins. That machine still has certain biases that you take into account. Those are part of its engineering, threshold specifications of how much weight can it take and that kind of thing. And you just deal with it again with just full knowledge, and you can balance out your bias. As an individual, if you find you have a little bit of a balance, like, oh, kids all seem stupid, I think I'm actually just getting to be, oh, I hate all kids. You might, give a kid an extra chance. Think about that. You can balance out your bias. But I think my name is going for the idea that since you have bias no matter what, just don't do anything about it. And I'm saying, no, it's like the malaria thing. Just because we're never going to be perfectly healthy, we're never going to be perfectly free of biases, doesn't mean that we can't make them all conscious, all out in the open, and decide that I'm fine that I'm biased pro Jolly Rancher and anti-Toblerone, because that just means I'm going to be buying more Jolly Ranchers than the other candy. That's not a bias we have to worry about. Whereas not hiring women to be, accountants because there's a bias against that women can do it, that's not okay. That in that case, it's like, well, let's make a test where we can tell, and the individuals can be accountants whether they're in a group that's bad at accounting or not. So it's like we don't have to say all biases are the same. In other words, short way of what I was trying to say. Biases are not all
exactly. I'm 180 degrees away from that concept. You have to understand what your biases are, and what you're susceptible to because of your biases. That's the whole point of making decisions.
Well, a lot of the conservative side thinks that anybody a little bit liberal, social justice warrior, whatever, that we are trying to make everything equal, and we're going to make you date a transgender man, woman, whatever. We're going to make you do that.
That's idiotic.
You have to say that Caitlyn Jenner is pretty, or else you're a bigot. That's what they think we're saying to them.
Well,
I think they're not just saying that either. They really think that we're saying that.
They don't want to know what we're saying.
Yeah, well, that's for sure true, but it's not just that. That's actually in their panic or whatever it is. I'm not justifying it, but I think they actually believe that. Sometimes they say things where just they know it can sound good and they win the points in the press, but they actually think that. They think that Quintica thinks that we're saying you're misogynist if you won't, suck Caitlyn Jenner's cock or whatever.
Quintica is a moron. I don't know why you give him any credit. I really don't.
Because I'm a lover of the people, the third coming of Christ.
He's a crazy person. I've listened to his videos, a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them, and
well, to be perfectly honest, and I, had blocked him and all this stuff, and I'm not vouching for him, but it's because he keeps trying, and people have said he's not civil, but by my very loose standards, I think he keeps trying to engage the thing, and I don't appreciate how it goes to, I must have a bad character because I disagree with him, but I feel he's tried to engage and bring up issues.
I don't give a shit if he's civil or not. I'm not talking about that.
Well, I'm telling you my reason. That's my low standard or whatever you call it. I believe in, everybody gets in this public dialogue. And so basically my limit is there's a certain amount of if I'm still interested, but that's mostly topic based. If you're willing to keep talking on a certain topic I'm still interested in, I have a high tolerance. Other than that, I want to make sure you're not bullshitting me. If you really think I don't want to just be trolled, I could still be trolled, but I want you to really believe that the things you're saying are the reasons that you're saying that they are. You could be wrong about your own beliefs, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of people that are just like one thing in private and another thing is rhetoric. And I think Quintica has been saying what he really thinks on the subject as opposed to, hey, I think I can sell this. Like Trump, right? We're all thinking Trump is a lot of this. He doesn't believe, he's just selling it. I wouldn't talk to him on YouTube if,
Well, I can understand that point of view. Yeah, it's just that at a certain point,
like he won't. The one thing that bothers me is though Quintica, if he heard that defense, he wouldn't appreciate it or take it seriously. He'd still be calling me a hypocrite, But whatever. I don't do it to get brownie points, but it'd be nice if you did get some.
Well, we know that. Piero, we know that we can say about
that's racist, that caricature. You're against Minnesotans or whatever that is.
I don't know where he's from. I just know that his accent.
Well, you said it was an accent, and I do recognize it, and I figured it's Midwest. I'm not very good on the different Midwest accent. I often talk to my wife from South Dakota and the relatives from South Dakota about stuff, and like, do the Indians on the reservations in South Dakota talk with that?
Well, I may be biased because
I
had a step grandmother that is still alive.
Well, he's from Detroit, and isn't that basically, that's a city urban, but really it is Midwest, and so they got a little bit of that Dakota flavored, Midwest thing.
Well, she talked just.
I always think a Motor City is different.
I did not like her at all. So maybe that might be my bias that I'm not recognizing, but.
The main problem I have with him right now and in general, but I also am sympathetic in that I don't think it's a dishonest thing, is I think he has this deal. And if you're listening, this, you would love to still hear an answer on this, but this idea that if you don't agree with someone, then you're being dishonest somehow. You're not even stupid and deluded. You know better. Everybody's telling everybody else this. People on the liberal side telling this to other. You don't even know. You're lying, you hypocrite. You really believe something else, and you're saying that because it makes you look better. That is like, if I try one thing, it is to convince people. If I try to convince people of anything, I mean, as far as usually I'm saying, I'm not trying to convince people. It's that I really believe what I'm saying. I'm trying to, that I wish people would believe that. And after years of discussing stuff with them, I think that's not too much benefit of the doubt. When I'm saying, call me stupid, just, don't tell me that it's not my real reason. And if you do think it's not my real reason, at least have the decency to say it's because I'm lying to myself. Don't say that it's all a plot to make myself look a certain way or this or that, or like Agua that finally rage quit on me. She's like, you're trying to always look like you never lose your cool. And I'm like, have you even seen my videos? You obviously haven't seen the hangouts that you're commenting on. I mean, obviously, That's what I'm trying to do. Doing pretty bad. So, you know, just people have to make up these ulterior motives, and that's stupid. So I guess we got hacked, kicked while I was, because you were the only one left after everybody else got kicked out. So sorry, you're bad luck. You fell under suspicion that way. Yeah, my name, I guess, got distracted by the fact that I finished my thing. I turned back. Everybody's gone except for a guy that's claiming he got kicked. You're in there and got kicked? That's hard to believe. So I think this guy that came in here kicked everybody. And then he said, and I turned around because everybody's silent. And I finish in what I'm saying. It's like he's the only one left. He goes, I got kicked. Why did I get kicked? And so I kicked him. I'm not putting you in they or anything. I don't even remember what the fucking issue is. Somebody came in and hacked the room, my name. So I don't know what I was even talking about a second ago. I'd have to take a second to even remember the general topic. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, sorry, Kaylin. I didn't know. So you can't come back in on the one you got kicked on? Well, I guess that's it for the night. Well, there was one guy in here that I kicked, and I guess that was you, Kaylin. Sorry. And it's because I turned around and he was the only one left in here, so I overreacted. But I didn't want him to kick me. Yeah, somebody came and did that. I wasn't looking. I was looking over at my other computer thing while I talked, my other computer screen, where I've been doing this tutorial, and I wasn't really thinking about it, but I wasn't looking over there, and then everybody's silent, so I'm like, what? All the mic noise went away. Okay, well, I guess that's it, and I wish Google would fix this thing, or we have to just not put anybody on dock. I am explicit, my name. There's a lot of details of what I would like to balance. For example, in a country where women can't even drive, I think that bias needs to be balanced with being eliminated as a bias. No, Haren Emil, I didn't kick you then. Somebody else came in and cleared the room. I kicked one guy that was in here who I thought had done it, but it was really Kaylin's back in on an alternate. Look, my name, we're in a democracy. I'm not saying I'm the dictator. I get a vote. I'm kind enough to tell you how I'm going to vote, and we get to discuss it before we vote. And I'll make my argument, and then we'll have a democracy, and we'll decide whether there's antitrust laws or not antitrust laws, whether there's insider trading laws or not insider trading laws, whether there's OSHA or there isn't OSHA. I don't decide what to balance. My name, I believe in using democracy. Can you hear me? I believe in using democracy to make the decision of what any regulation will be, what systematic biases get what systematic solutions. And I will tell you how I want to vote, and I'll make an argument and a proposal. And if you tell me how you want, I might even come up with some compromise proposals and ways that we could compromise given our differences, right? So that's the purpose of us discussing the biases and which bias we specifically. I just told you some explicit biases. You can't hear, it's just bouncing off. For example, would we have antitrust laws? Is there a bias against people that don't have inside information that we should have a law against inside trading? Right? Because some people have access to insider information, so we made that illegal. That's kind of interesting. You can't just tell people a stock tip. But we did that because as a group, I'm not deciding. I get my opinion and I get to vote for politicians that agree or disagree and so on. Yeah, everybody has things they want to balance and everybody gets to propose and say what those things are, and then we'll vote and decide and have a democracy about it. Everything has things they want to balance. That's right. Everyone has things that they want to be more equal. Yes, everyone does. Right. So what's the problem with being the person that says, let's work on that? Everyone. I'm not saying leave anybody out of that. I'm the one that says white men are oppressed too. 90% of the people, economic oppression. That includes just about every kind of everybody. Us versus them. The only us versus them I frame it as is people that are attacking everybody that's for what the social justice as the social justice warrior losers. It's an insult. That's us versus them. Those people that say feminism is no good. People that say I'm a criminal because I would vote for Hillary Clinton. People that they've made it us versus them. They don't. I'm talking, yeah, people that are against, when I say, hey, let's have this social justice, and people go, no, we don't want that, we don't need that, then they're against it. I'm not saying who's against it. People that say they're for it, for example, Quintica says he's really for it, he just thinks feminism doesn't help it. And that's, I've accepted that that's his position. Everyone wants to equalize certain things. Yes. How many times are you going to say that? I know that delay has not, this has been enough that you've heard me answer that comment a million times. Yes. The fact that everyone wants to equalize certain things is proves that I'm correct that we should discuss how we can make, things fair. That the biases that we have are, the harmless biases about whether people prefer water parks or amusement rides, and then one is built more often than the other, as opposed to biases that say keep people in poverty without health care. Well, you're assuming that I'm against some group of people. I don't think so. I think we're mostly all in this together. And I don't even think the wealthy are getting as good a deal as they think or as it seems because they're wealthy. So it hides the fact that we could be in a much more fun and vibrant, secure culture if everybody was getting their fair share of how much what the power of the human race is now. So we could all be doing better. I believe we could have all the boats lifted. Yeah, my name, I'm taking you serious because I thought you're raising points, and that's the whole thing about this hobby of discussion is that we take it serious. On the other hand, if we don't get it resolved, I go on and, it's not going to affect whether I can get my work that I need to get done, the other priorities. So that's what we do. We take this seriously because it is serious on some level. We could detach. Some people detach 24/7 and don't discuss these things. And you're even like, don't discuss that at my party. You're going to make a fight. We like to do the discussion. And if you want to troll me, fine. And I'll take the opportunity to be able to reiterate 20 times the same point because that's sometimes what it takes. I don't have the motivation just to do that to dead air. So fine, do that. I also noticed you didn't answer an acknowledgement of I think yes, everything's a system. All the systems have certain forces. You could call those biases, especially if they wear the gears a lot. It means you might have to change the gears more often, or maybe there's a way to counterweight so the gears don't get worn more. You can take it into account as an engineering thing, and at some point you don't call it a bias. It's just an aspect of the system that you rely on counterpose the forces. But there's always going to be biases which express themselves as the engineering limits of that system. So thank you for giving me a reason to make that point, which seems like it should be obvious. I've already talked about what I want to balance. You've already said you were trolling me. I'm not going to say it again. Okay. The social justice issues that I raised, those are things where there's a systematic bias. Again, Saudi Arabia, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to have to repeat that stuff. I mention those things all the time. All right. Well, Hacker Troll wins. So thanks for coming, everybody. Cheers.